Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something different, something very special here. Welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sparkling Tuna Cup 2025 September Finals. Papi. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chats, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to something special. For the first time, we have a monthly finals. A big shout out to all the supporters we have on Patreon, and of course some generous donations as well. For those that are unaware, we've been hosting and running Tuna Cup for many years on a weekly basis, but we did receive some big donations, and as a result, we now have monthly finals. Basically, our weekly tournaments give points, all leading into an invitational at the end of the month, and we have our invitational. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Here we go. Let us switch things over and catch up on the entirety of the bracket. Bam! We have our top 8. We have Nightmare versus SHIN. We have ByuN versus herO, herO versus Young Yakov, and Creator versus Nickrankt. This is our top 8 players for the month of September. Technically, we actually had one player that wouldn't be here and another player that would be here, Solar. Solar was also invited for this event. Solar did decline the invitation, and instead, to replace Solar was SHIN. So hey, we replaced one Korean Zerg with another because SHIN was right underneath him, or right off the cutoff, or under the cutoff when it came to the points provided from the Tuna Cups. So SHIN was able to make it in thanks to Solar not being a part of the event, and we'll see how far our players can go. Not just that, but you can see it as a part of the title as well. You can see it on the title that this event is also going to be featuring what? The new map pool, the Team Liquid Map Contest 2021 map pool. Here we go. Not all the maps, as there are many more, of course, but we have selected 9. 9 maps have been selected, and we are going to be featuring them here in this tournament. Vetoes are currently underway, and we're about to jump in. Now, when it comes to the formats, when it comes to how we bring this all together, when it comes to the event itself, when it comes to the format, I should say, best of 3s when it comes to the quarterfinals, best of 3 semis, and then best of 5 grand finals. But we are going to be casting, we are going to be covering the first 2 matches initially. So Nightmare versus SHIN and ByuN versus herO, they're going to be starting at the same time, and then Young Yakov versus herO and Creator versus Nickrankt will be after that. So we're going to be able to cover 2 quarterfinals matches, and then we'll get into the semis, one after the other, then the grand finals thereafter. 500 USD prize pool for our players. Oh boy. And yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited. We do have some other language casters covering the event as well. So we are casting SHIN versus Nightmare. If you want to tune into ByuN versus herO, Indy is going to be covering that event. So Indy has you covered there. Likewise, we might end up getting some other casters. I think TKL is interested in casting the event. So the French team might be hopping over as well. Oh, they might be hopping over. If that is the case, I will set them up. Beautiful. Just letting them know. Otherwise, we are getting into the swing of things here. Okay, so game 1 is going to be on Ruby Rock, game 2 on Magnetic North, and game 3 is going to be on Tourmaline. Okay, here we go. Alright, I got you guys. Oh, never mind. As Nightmare and SHIN have been conducting their videos this entire time. Beautiful. Okay, beautiful. Oh, the Tuna himself also casting, baby. Also true. Just catching him in time. Monthly finals, baby. Monthly finals. Let's go. We already have a community circuit that's OC. True. I was about to say that all of the independent weeklies, they're all unified and they're all kind of connected with each other in a sense, with the OC circuit. That is very true. Oh. Beautiful. As we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. My apologies about my apologies about the camera not quite working, but it's all good. It's all good, back. We are jumping in and spawning in the top left hand corner of Ruby Rock. We do have our blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss player himself, the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is SHIN. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of SHIN? Will it go the way of Nightmare? Honestly, coming into this, it could go either way. Here we go. And welcome one all to Ruby Rock. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we might be the very first tournament to feature these maps. I know that the Wardy Team Liquid Map Contest tournament is, I think, next week. I think that's next week. And if I recall correctly, the Monday Night Weeklies, the Monday Night Weekly was on the PTR. True, the KSRC, the Kalaris Steadfast Roddy Cup was on the PTR, but was not on the map pool. So I think we might be casting on these new maps for the first time. Like, I think we might be the first. Maybe you can fact check me on that one. But as far as I'm aware, I believe we are going to be the first. Let's go. Let us go. Now, welcome to Ruby Rock. When it comes to our maps here selected, this was an interesting one. This was a quote-unquote standard map in the map pool. Does have some unique features, I should say, when it comes to how spread out some of these bases are. Very spread out when it comes to the 5th base, when it comes to the 4th base as well. Your initial 3-base setup is a little bit more further apart. There are going to be different angles of attack. Coming in towards the natural, we have 2 angles here, towards the linear base, towards the center. Likewise, we have 3 different angles towards that 3rd base as well. Now, because of that, and because of the shorter rush distance spike round, I would say that aggression is going to be favored here on Ruby Rock. That is, at least in my mind, the case. And especially in the current meta, I can see SHIN committing to an all-in here. We'll see how well Nightmare can defend. It is going to be a much more difficult defense here. Now, what I will say is that early on for early game defense, thanks to these rocks, there are a lot of choke points. True. There's high ground and choke points here, high ground and choke points here as well. So depending on the angle of attack, we can see a stronger defense. As the game progresses, of course, these rocks will be knocked down and these attack paths are going to be opened up getting into the mid game. But we'll see if we do get there. For the time being, it is going to be a Stargate opener out of Nightmare. Everything is looking normal, everything's looking standard. Likewise, standard opener out of SHIN, force take the unnatural natural. Now, because SHIN expended towards his opponent, and you can see here, that is a tumor first, not an injection. Because the early creep that is going to be spread here, we can get ready for an all-in. We can get ready for a queen walk specifically. You can see here the queen walk, the rush distance here is going to be very short, we're almost touching tips when it comes to 3rd bases. So again, that's going to be in the forefront of my mind initially. Likewise, the main base, it's relatively large here. I would say this is not abusable too much by Blink Stalkers, as the ramp is right next to the main Reaper Cliff into the main base. So for TVP, that shouldn't really be much of an issue. But again, the bases are more spread out, so the rush distance is shorter, so we're expecting shorter games on a map like Ruby Rock. So now we are going to be threatening Shades. Ooh, does commit. One Adept is going to be going down. Gets one, gets both. It does get both. 2 Adepts do fall. A nice cleanup here by SHIN. That should not have happened from Nightmare. This will make it more difficult to actually expand and get his 3rd base. As he's taking his 3rd, Lings are moving out to counterattack. And again, the Adepts, they should be here to defend, but they just went down. Same time, the Oracle does move out. Queens are in position. So far, SHIN does defend. The creep is spreading. It's getting halfway across the map. And the 3rd base will be defended. Oh, it's getting so low, though. Yeah, it does get quite low. Nightmare does hold. So far, SHIN, he's droning. And again, the creep is legitimately one more tumor to the point where it's going to be halfway across the map here. This would probably be like the new Pylon. But I would say that the bases are a little bit closer together on Pylon, to be fair. True. As we can see, Nightmare going for a standard follow-up, going for the Forge, going for the Twilight Council. Standard follow-up out of our Protoss player. And here it comes. Yeah, here comes a Ling Queen at all-in. So purely Ling Queen, we're walking across the map. Again, this was foreseen from us at least. Like this, what we expect, especially with the first tumor. So we're moving out towards the third base, and Nightmare, he's just now slowing this. He's out of position. The Oracles are racing back home. Lings have arrived. No shield battery, no adepts. Yeah, and SHIN, he will break through. He will break through here. There is no defense. Especially after losing the first 2 adepts. Ay, ay, ay. With that Queens, they do catch out the Oracle. And there's just no saving this. There's no saving this expansion. This is also where this is going to be a bit of a learning process for the players, because this is also the first time they're playing on these maps, and first time vetoing the maps as well. And again, Ruby Rock it screams all-ins. It does scream all-ins like this. So the third base is going to go down. Nightmare going to be stuck on 2 bases. Behind this, he's going for a gateway explosion, and it looks like he's forced into a 2-base all-in. Now, if we had gone for a 2-base all-in to begin with, I could be like in Nightmare's court here. I'd be on his side. The problem here is that this is going to be more of a delayed all-in, because initially we attempted to expand, so it's going to take a while for this to really get going, unfortunately. Meanwhile, SHIN, now he can drone. Now he can back off, drone up, and take his 4th expansion behind this, settle down on 4 bases before building up. So SHIN is looking very comfortable here. If you want to see a full list of the maps in this tournament map pool, !B, you can check it out on Wikipedia. All the maps are listed. Yes, now we're just building up. We're getting up to 3-base saturation. We have the 4th base just for lava, and SHIN should be getting ready for a second all-in. For a second wave, this time off of 3 bases. So we should be waiting for roach speed. Roach speed plus 1 range, and then we just send it across the map. The rocks are being knocked down. Sorry, just mentioning some of the other casters. Beautiful. Looks like TKL is going to be jumping onto cast, so much love to TKL over in the French scene, the French community. Yo, suddenly all the casters reached out there, like... So we got Indy, we got TKL, we got ByuN, and we got ourselves. Let's go. And SHIN does push forward. Again, this is going to be the second wave. SHIN is almost maxed out, and Nightmare, he's just trying to recover, trying to re-expand. Does have a lot of storms available, but again, we can attack from a couple of different angles here. Now, pushing from this ramp, as we mentioned before, it is going to be a very tight choke point, but we do have another flanking option here. Storm does zone, and we're gearing up that Ling Bane. We're getting ready to collapse in. Now, with some force fields, I can see defense happening. Unfortunately, there's no sentries. I mean, there's Ravagers as well. You see SHIN rotating towards the left-hand side. Observer does spot the army. Bailey's rolling in, going for the High Templar. Oh my god, Bailey does not connect. Templar survive. Storms are looking decent, but there's, what, 1 storm left? I mean, Ling Bane gets shut down. Jesus. Oh my god. Storms have been pretty good. Yeah, but that was the final storm. The final storm, Ling Bane gets dealt with, now getting on top of the roaches, and Nightmare's holding. Very impressive defense out of Nightmare. Okay, let's go. Now, the problem here, he also had a High Templar. That was what, like 6? 4, okay. That was 4 High Templar going down. Oh, and the Archon, true. So 6. So 6 High Templar just went down. So the Templar count was reset, so he has to rebuild those Templar. That is not cheap. That is not cheap. And SHIN is remaxing already. So SHIN is going for the second wave, and this time there's nowhere near enough storms. Oh, the Bailings! Bailings do roll in. They're headed for the High Templar. They force out an Archon. Yeah, this time no storms. Yeah, this time there's no storms. This time SHIN, he will break through. Yeah, that was the downside of the first defense, is that he did lose all the Templar. I mean, he lost them all, but... And he just lost them again. Just lost them again. So SHIN, the goal is to just keep hammering down Nightmare until there's no storms left. Just keep going. Again, really impressive defense here, especially considering like the different angles. I mean, the choke points do help, as we mentioned before. And some really solid SimCity. Oh. So very solid SimCity. So, oh my god, we're speaking about the choke. Wait, stop going up this ramp, baby. It's not working. Oh my god, that storm was insane. Storm's all the Ling Bane. SHIN, we gotta respect the choke points, baby. Oh no. And Nightmare's getting a fourth. Now, if he can establish this fourth base, he can max out. He shouldn't be able to. Like, again, Nightmare, he's very much so spread thin on 4 bases. Lings, they move in. Or Traveler on the other side. And SHIN, he does break through. He does get into the midline. It's going to be 14 probes going down. Likewise, going for the Templar. Forces out the storms. And Nightmare, he defends his 3rd base, but the 4th, he just doesn't have the supply for it. Unfortunately, like, Nightmare has just fallen behind after losing the 3rd base for the first time. So he's been playing catch-up. It's been impressive, Nightmare's defense, but he just cannot establish a 4th base. The supply just isn't there. He doesn't have the numbers to defend both locations at once. Not like this. Not like this, man. So now going for this contamination. Does contaminate the robo. Oh my god, speaking of contaminating, going up to triple robo. Okay, I see you. SHIN once again pushing towards the 4th. Oh. Storms, they do connect. High Templar this time do survive. Templar, they do pull back at the same time. Bailey's rolling into the mineral line, and Nightmare, no, does pull away. He does react. He reacts well, but the main army is going to crumble. Yeah, once again, SHIN gets on top of the 4th expansion. This Nexus is going to go down, and Nightmare can never max. Without a 4th base, he can never max out. GG. GG gets called, and SHIN, he will overwhelm. SHIN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, SHIN, he does take a lead in the series, but again, a lot of this came down to the map itself. Winding it back here, we were emphasizing the rush distance. The rush distance by ground was is very short on Ruby Rock. We saw that, again, it took very little time for the creeps to spread across the map. We did point out the first tumor, the first energy being spent by the Queen was on the first tumor, not on the injection to spread creepers quickly across the map with the initial Ling Queen all-in. And that Ling Queen all-in didn't kill Nightmare, but it did kill the 3rd base. And that slowed down Nightmare enough when Nightmare could never fully establish his 4th because it was so late, because he had to fight hard for his 3rd expansion instead. So it was a really rocky start for Nightmare. With that, we saw that SHIN was able to overwhelm, and SHIN takes game number 1. Once again, this is the first time the players are playing on this, so they did go through their veto process, but it's really hard to understand like the strengths and weaknesses on maps, especially if you only glimpse at them, if you only just briefly go over them in game without having games played on them either. So incredibly aggressive map. GG, SHIN does take it. Now we're getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Magnetic North. Oh boy. Here we go. Speaking of rush map, this is another rush map, by the way. Oh, no. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Magnetic North, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. Just making sure we got everyone okay. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. Here we go. Whew, and welcome one and all. Let's go, the TLMC. Sponsored by Monster Energy. Let's go. Oh god. As we are getting into Magnetic North, fun fact, this also has a shorter rush distance by ground. Bear that in mind. I say shorter rush distance by ground, it does look like a longer rush distance, slightly more so compared to the previous game, compared to the previous map. We also have some other distinct features here. First thing first, ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural. If you saw, there was no ramp coming into the natural base on Ruby Rock. The ramp is pretty important. It does allow for the natural base to be much more defendable. It does mean that you have the high ground advantage, you have the concave advantage as well. Pushing up the natural is going to be difficult, which means you can leave the bare minimum to defend the natural base and focus your defenses over at the third expansion instead. Speaking of the third base, the triangular third does have multiple angles of attack, but as you can see here, these are rocks. These are rocks. This is an expansion with rocks that can open up, with a high yield gas geyser with minerals. This should not be opened up until much later in the game. That's one of the more unique features here, is this backwards base. You can take it on either side, to be fair. Coming in towards the third base, we do have this choke point. It can be opened up later on by knocking down these rocks, but here you can see this is a much more defendable third. On Ruby Rock, there were 2 entrances, technically 3 different entrances. Here, kind of 3 entrances, but we should never see an attack from this side because you have to go all the way around, the long way around here. Trying to reinforce and push in from here isn't going to happen. This is going to be used more to harass, like Ling run-bys, Baneling run-bys, right? Like if there's a fight happening in between the bases, you can send Banelings in from the side to head into the mineral line, but main attack should not be happening from here, should be happening from here instead. So your 3-base setup is a little more secure on Magnetic North. The 4th expansion is going to be more exposed. You can see here we have a low ground 4th expansion on the left, we have a low ground 4th expansion on the right hand side. In my mind, it would make more sense to expand here towards the right and try to take control of this area here on the high ground, as SHIN goes for a ninja base. SHIN is the best player. He might be, I mean, depending on your perspective, of course. SHIN is either the best or the worst player to have in a tournament like this, where you're like, yo, let's showcase the new maps, and SHIN is gonna just clown every game. He's gonna let's go. Going for one of the high yield gas bases. Now that is a unique feature of this map as well. There are multiple high yield gases. There's one on the right, of course there's one on the left, and you have the like half base as well, which also has a high yield gas geyser. So there's a lot of potential here to make use of these high yield gases and to have a boosted gas income and go into a Roach all-in. True, specifically that's on my mind, to go for a Roach Ravager base all-in with extra energy, with extra gas I should say. But he's making use of the features of the map. Like that's the plus side, right? Like, is he going to be hyper aggressive and abusive? Yes, but also like he will do things like this because hey, the map is giving you some high yield gases. Let's make use of it, Pappy. True. Let's go. As you can see here, the gas is being prioritized. It was a standard opener here out of Nightmare. Nightmare going for an earlier Twilight Council, okay? Earlier Twilight Council. This can lead into earlier Blink or Glaives. Oracle does scout the third. Again, he skips the third base, goes straight for the ninja, quote-unquote ninja expansion over at the 4th location. Nightmare is aware, and he's gonna deny all this creep. Really nice, actually. Denying creep like this is usually not as important or not as impactful, but he takes down, what was that, 4 tumors? And suddenly, this space is very isolated. Trying to reinforce this expansion is gonna be difficult. And you can see SHIN is trying to spread creep backwards now. Trying to connect the bases. And as we mentioned, early blink. Yeah, early blink stalkers. We have a 4-gate explosion. This looks like a 3-base all-in. Yep, it's going to be an 8-gate 3-base all-in. We have 6 gateways on the way currently. We should be seeing 2 more. A 7th gateway back at home and a proxy 8th gateway. So Nightmare, he's going to be the aggressor. Lings, they come in for the surround. They usually get 1. They get 1, they get 2. They get 2 adepts. 2 adepts do fall. And again, we're waiting for 2 more gates. Yep, my eyes are on this probe. The Ling can't deny it. Oh, the probe is under fire. Again, this probe was meant to proxy. And the proxy is going to be delayed. Yeah, delayed proxy here from Nightmare. Just now warping in. There it is. There's that proxy. Should be a pylon and the 8th gateway. So again, 3 base all-in and Nightmare. At the same time, SHIN is pushing. SHIN, he's distracting, delaying the all-in. Coming in from behind, getting us around. The blink is not done. Yeah, blink is not done. 2 stalkers will go down. Nice pickups. He gets 2. Does pick up 2 stalkers. Again, blink is still a ways away. Still a ways away here. Pylon is done. Show us the gateway. There it is. There's a gateway. Backup pylon as well. Blink is still not done. We're still 10 seconds away. Still 10 more seconds. And as a result, having stalkers, losing 1, losing 2, 3. Oh, clutch blink. Very clutch. There we go. 2, 3 stalkers do fall. Gets up to 4 towards the end. Very nice value here. And he even forces a cancel on the gateway. What happened? Yeah, the gateway went down. And this is delaying Nightmare. Nightmare, he is so much more delayed. Oh, now he takes his gases. So these gases here tell us that Nightmare, the all-in has failed. The all-in has failed. Now you take gases, and now you take up into Storm. And Nightmare falls behind. Nightmare, he's falling behind here. The all-in, he never got to hit his stride. Basically what happened here is that the gases are late. The tech is late. The 4th base is also late. Everything is delayed. Why? Because of the gateway explosion, right? Because of all these gateways, because of the warp ins, because of the attempted initial all-in, so everything else is delayed. So this is a really rough positioning for Nightmare. Nightmare, he has to buy as much time as possible to be able to stabilize. He needs to buy some time. Pylons are going to be going down. Cleans up all the pylons. Does move in. Collapsing on the army. So far, yeah, there's just so many Hydras here for SHIN. He's got the greater concave. Shield Barriers are putting in a lot of work, but remember, there's no Storm. Remember, there is no Storm. Storm is 10 seconds away. And why is that? Because it was delayed, because of the failed all-in. Because of the failed all-in, and with that, SHIN, he's still building out control. He has the boosted economy as well. He has more Hydras. I assumed initially it was going to be for Roach Ravager, but no, it's for Ling Hydra. GG gets called. SHIN overwhelms, and SHIN will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. Hey. GG, well played. Congratulations, SHIN. He will claim the series. Again, I like the build of choice from Nightmare. I did like the idea to punish his opponent, to punish SHIN with the 8-gate blink all-in. Unfortunately, as we saw, he was a little bit premature with his stalkers. Unfortunately, he got caught out, right? Twice we saw the stalkers move out and get surrounded before blink was done. So many stalkers are falling, and as the stalkers are going down, the proxy gateway was shut down as well. And after enough time passed, Nightmare as well accepted, like, this is not working, like this all-in has failed, it has fallen apart, and he tried to tech out of it, but it was too little too late. Too little too late, especially against a player that had taken advantage of the high yield gas geyser. GG, well played. The execution was lacking there for the all-in, and SHIN was able to pop off with his follow-up, was able to punish. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, we are now getting into our next series here. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. GG, well played. And let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket here. So again, SHIN is going to be the first player to advance on into the next round. We'll be quickly updating this on the bracket. I got you. Bam, there we go. And currently, ByuN versus Geralt is ongoing. ByuN versus Geralt, they are mid-series. I believe they are still in game number 1. A very, very long game 1, actually, is currently going on. So we're going to be getting into ByuN versus Geralt. Then when that wraps up, then the lower matches will begin. Beautiful. So again, ByuN vs herO Game 1 is currently live over on Indie and TKL stream. So Indie's casting in Polish, TKL is casting in French. Let's go. Here we go. So I just setting them up. Whew, beautiful. But yeah, with that, hope everyone's been enjoying themselves. Again, really intense, really fast game so far between SHIN and Nightmare, but they did pick 2 rush maps. So that's also on them, Pappy. That's also on them. They did pick 2 rush maps. Fun fact, ByuN and herO, they're like 20 minutes into their game. They did go into the macro map. They got into Celestial Enclave. Oh, I'm jealous. I'm celoso, I'm celoso. Fun fact, I think Celestial Enclave got the highest rating out of me, or I think the highest rating period. I think it got first place out of all the TLMC judges. For those who are curious, I was one of the judges for this season's Team Liquid map contest. And if you want to check out part of that judging process, we did release a video on our YouTube channel. On our YouTube, should be there. Streamed a couple of days ago, so you can see our thought process as to things that we looked for, things we didn't look for, and kind of how I would judge certain maps and kind of how that process was. Again, it was something that I was doing for the first time, so definitely a learning process and definitely things that I will change moving forward. But overall was a fun and very intense experience because it was a lot of maps. It was a lot of maps that we had to go through. It was intense, man. It was intense. A lot of maps. But I do recommend it. Do recommend the VOD. Going through the judging process. But yes, ByuN and herO, they're locked in the late game of Celestial Enclave. And I'm curious if... oh, she does splits, Pappy. Oh my god. And they're in game 1. We'll be getting into game 2 once they are available. We'll get there. We'll get there. Finish all 7 matches today? Yes. Yes. See someone in the chat. Is this the current patch or PTR? Current patch. Current patch. You can see it on the title, right? On the title, it should say that it's on the new TLMC maps, but it doesn't say PTR. No PTR. We were tempted. We were very tempted to actually play on the PTR, but at the same time, we were a little bit adverse to it just because this is a monthly finals. So the players throughout the course of the month, they were all building up to this, and it felt a little bit weird to make the monthly finals on a different patch than what they were playing on. We were more comfortable having a fresh map pool that we were more comfortable with than doing it on the PTR. But starting next week, our Open Cups will be on the PTR. Just as a heads up. Starting next week, bam, PTR and the new maps as well. Both. Will be both. That'll be starting like the next month of Tuna Cups, right? Just getting back to StarCraft after a long time. Really enjoyed your commentary and insights, so thanks a lot, man. Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Do appreciate it. We do what we can. Do what we can. It's still definitely, I mean, exciting for me as well, just because sure we judge on these maps, but there's just so much more to like learn when it comes to all of these new maps as well. See what is favored, what isn't. certain features as well that, you know, might be too much, might not be enough. I should also emphasize that the voting for these maps aren't open yet, but they're going to be opening soon. So we're going to be featuring 9 TLMC maps. There's more than 9, right? There's 16, right? There's much more than 9 maps available. So voting will be available soon. So it's good to kind of get an idea of what the maps look like, what you like, what you don't like, so you can come in with as informed of a decision as you can to vote for your maps. So we're going to be hosting all these new maps as much as we can, and I'm sure the other tournaments are going to be doing something similar, like Pigster Cup, KSL, War DTV Mondays. I'm sure they'll also kind of step in and do their part. We already saw the Kalara Steadfast Roddy Cup. They actually hosted their event on the PTR. True. I'm sure they'll be doing something similar with the maps. So GG, well played. ByuN does take game number 1. Again, they had like a 25-minute game. They were very long, very intense. And now we're getting into game number 2. Okay, we're all getting in. ByuN, he's on Shopify. And game 2 is going to be a mothership. Oh, let's go! So we missed out on game 1. I do recommend checking out Indy's VOD. Indy, the Polish caster, was covering game 1. They were featured on Celestial Enclave, which is like the macro map, and it actually looks really good. They had a 20+ minute game. Up next, we're going to be loading into Mothership. Now, Mothership, I believe, is the only map that made it through the TLMC judging process that is what? That is a 3-player spawn map. So it's like the quote-unquote new Last Fantasy. There's a lot to get into. Let's go. Let's go. More 3-player spawn maps. Let's go. There were more available for sure. There was Last Fantasy. There was it Fear? Not Dream and Fear? Fear and Decay? Something like that. Well done. Fear and Faith. That's it. There was Fear and Faith, which was a 4-player. There was some 4-player spawn maps as well. Those Dreams and Scars. That's it. Here we go. We are jumping in mid-series and spawning in the bottom side of Mothership. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Mothership, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Of course, we're jumping in mid-series and ByuN is already up 1-0, but this can still go either way. And welcome to Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, top left, and bottom side. And the aesthetic of the map, if you noticed, we're on a big mothership. We're on a... We're on a big mothership. At least that's the aesthetic here. As you can see, we're hovering over a planet of some kind. Beautiful. When it comes to the features of the map itself, ooh, CC first out of ByuN. Bold move, but on a 3-player spawn map does make sense. It's a big gamble, it's a big gamba, but Geralt isn't really one to cheese, right? Like Geralt, he's not really an aggressive player, so cutting corners and hoping that your opponent doesn't proxy you, it makes sense here playing against Geralt. As we do go CC first into the racks, we do have our natural base, of course. Now, something that we did take note of here is that we did ask for, which I think was added, is that they did add some things here on the low ground to make sure that the low ground wasn't too abusable. Let me just double check our notes. I'll have to double check to see if things were changed for Mothership. Yeah, there's an abusable position, which I don't think was intentional. Outside of the natural base, the low ground, that there are 3 tanks that can siege within range of 3 mineral patches. They moved it. we actually, the feedback works. So for those that are curious, again, if you want to see my notes for judging, that was all posted on the comment section of the YouTube video of us going through all the maps. But the original design of this map, here you could siege up tanks, and the mineral line was here. As you can see with this box, the mineral line was here, and the tanks were within range. And one of the things that I advised was that I don't think that was intentional. And also, these gases were on the other side. Gases were here, minerals were here, and I was like, yo, like these tanks, they can hit 3 patches and the gas geyser. I don't think that's intentional. You should probably change that. And they did. Let's go. The feedback. they fixed it. Let's go. So those are the things that we were looking for when judging as well, is abusable positions like that. But really cool to see that they did move that around. Let's go. You can still set up tanks here, but now they can't really threaten anything too important, is what's important. As Geralt does find ByuN doesn't scout. ByuN, he has yet to scout, has yet to confirm. Also quickly focusing on the games themselves, as we were just touching on that, is that we do have our pretty standard, pretty defendable 3-base setup here. There are rocks here to minimize the attack path towards the 3rd base. You can centralize your army here outside of the natural instead. Stalkers, they poke in, and these stalkers are getting a lot of value. Why are they getting so much value? Remember, the factory is late. The factory is delayed. The cyclone is delayed because it was CC first. So ByuN is being abused for being so greedy, and he's bleeding out a good amount of Marines. That's what, 3 Marines going down. Nice damage so far here by Geralt. Let's pick up some of those Marines. And from here he does pull back. Behind this, getting into Blink, getting into a gateway explosion. ByuN trying to expand, getting punished for it though. Yeah, bunker is cancelled. Cyclone pops off on the probe. And again, this is all because of how greedy ByuN was. But again, when it comes to the 3 bases here, thanks to the rocks and thanks to the high ground, you can actually focus your army's positioning here in between the 3rd and natural and defend both at the same time. So your 3-base setup is pretty secure here on Mothership. The 4th base is more exposed. The 4th base is here on the low ground instead. And you can see it's a much wider angle of attack. You can attack from here, and you can attack from here as well. Because you can stand on this. This is like a light bridge. So you can stand here, you can stand here. So it's a big concave coming into the 4th base. Likewise here on the right-hand side, it's a more narrow, for sure. It is more narrow thanks to these rocks. So I would imagine players will be taking this 4th base instead. You can also expand on the high ground. If you take this high ground expansion, you can set up tanks here and cover this entire path. But it doesn't cover this path. Like, this light bridge is really important because even if you take the high ground expansion, you can still harass from the right hand side because there's another kind of path here leading into that 4th expansion. This is another feature that we were looking for that I was kind of voting against whenever we saw some of these maps, is that if that 4th expansion, if this was the only path, then I would typically rate it poorly, just because you can very easily turtle up on 4 bases. Having this 2nd path here to harass the base from behind is, in my opinion, quite crucial here to make sure that you kind of avoid these more turtle heavy styles. Behind this, we are getting into charge +1. We have the Bay on the way. Getting into Colossus production, not Storm. No Storm, not this time out of Geralt. Geralt just happily mining on 3 bases, containing ByuN. As ByuN behind this is getting into his own Banshee play. Cloak has been researched, does get the Observer. Ooh, the Observer does fall. Nice pickup. Observer gets shut down. The Observer was able to confirm the Banshee production. ByuN does peel off towards the left-hand side. Fun fact, ByuN, okay, there we go. I was going to say that ByuN hasn't found his opponent yet. He does find the pylon. He's aware. Somewhat. They should have just nerfed tank range. Cap. But it's really cool that they took the feedback that we provided. I'm actually really excited to see the other maps now, to see if they've taken some of the other feedback to heart. The process works, Pappy. It works. So you go, ByuN is pushing. At the same time, we do have a double Banshee here towards the 3rd base. Stalkers are in position. Blink is available. And Geralt, he will defend. Gets one. Does get one of the Banshees. The other does get up to 5 probe kills. There's not many places to hide here, by the way. You can see the air blockers, the shields of the mothership locking him in. He's locked into the mothership. We're getting a lot done, though. Getting a lot done. 7 probes. And Geralt, he refuses to move. He's afraid of a push. But ByuN, he's at home. Like, he's not threatening anything. So Geralt, he gets punished for it without losing 8 workers. 1 Banshee does get away. Again, you can see here that there's very little kind of dead space in between the bases. It's very tight, thanks to, like, again, the air blockers. As ByuN now will take the triangular third. And we're building up. Building up. Now Geralt's working on the rest of his splash damage, building up more Colossus, getting into Storm. Storm is on the way. I see. I stand in the chat. I see what you did there, Bobby. I see what you did there. I stand. Feedback does hurt. True. True. Thanks, really like to have something to play on Sundays. Oh, hey, este Nikita. Skillless, man, skillless. But yes, I do apologize. Usually we have our events on the weekend. It's true. Usually we have our events on Sunday. As was stated earlier, the only reason why we have our event on Tuesday is because of Maestros, right? Because we had a bunch of tournaments over the weekend, and we didn't want to clash. So whenever we don't want to clash, we move it to Tuesday. But if the weekend is open, then we typically host it on Sundays. But I think last weekend was RSL, right? There was RSL, there was Maestros, so we just had some really busy weekends. So I do apologize, for the players that maybe can't play during the week. But again, should be back to Sunday soon. Should be back. Behind this, we have our 4th CC on the way for ByuN. And as I mentioned before, like, the 4-base setup here is relatively secure. The 4th base is more exposed for sure, but so far ByuN is keeping up with the rotations. Oh. Disruptive production has begun. Here comes Origin Nova. There it goes off. Ooh, nice dodge. ByuN does avoid, gets eyes on the would-be 5th expansion. And for now, ByuN is just chilling back at home. He's building up. He's almost maxed. ByuN building up more Vikings, building up more Ghosts. He can almost be active. Good news is most tournaments in October are NA time zones that don't clash. True, true. Most of them do not clash. ByuN, he is secure on his 4 bases. He's maxed out. And Geralt should be doing the same. So both players are maxing out here. Again, personally, I do like the terrain a lot more on this map compared to Last Fantasy. The problem with Last Fantasy is how defendable your bases were and how narrow, how narrow a lot of the choke points were as well. Here, the bases are more spread out. The map is large, true, so there's a lot of, like, area to traverse. But the bases are more accessible, I would say. Oh. And we're about to see ByuN be active. Geralt's getting eyes on the attempted move out. double fusion core, let's go! That should be for Liberators, of course. So Liberators on the horizon, Storm zones away. More disruptors are amassing. We're embracing the late game. This girl just taking more expansions. But again, the bases are going to be spread thin. Spreading ourselves thin. ByuN, he can even take the center expansion as his 5th. True. We'll see what 5th base he does go for. I'm curious. He's still just waiting for his upgrades. Still just being more defensive. Calm down. Still just being more defensive. Geralt, he's looking for a way in. He gets spotted by the sensor tower. ByuN knows. ByuN rotating over. Storms are zoning away. CC gets cancelled. And we have, what, 6 disruptors with this? That's a lot of Novas. We have 3 Novas left. Sends out 2 more. No major connections. Get a decent EMP. Oh. EMP doesn't quite connect. And with that Geralt, he does rotate away. Pulls back. Zellaromite comes in. ByuN is ready. Oh! Ooh. So one ghost goes down. He snipes the ghost. Once again, he tries to rotate. We do see ByuN coming in for a flank. He's trying to. Yeah, Geralt has to get out of here. He has to pull away. Has to be careful to be surrounded. Gets a ghost. Ghost goes down. ByuN gets surrounded instead. Yeah, Zelda collapse on the army. That's a lot of ghosts falling. Ay, ay, ay. Storm the Vikings. He stands in the storms. Does stand in them. Oh, good. Yeah, the storms have been brutal. Once again, they get a kill, not a cancel. They kill the CC. Oh. Catching up more of those Vikings. And so far, Geralt, he's been trading well. He's been trading well. He's taking more expansions, now going for the center base. And ByuN, he just hasn't had an opportunity yet. Not until he gets into Liberators, and here they come. Oh, the freedom is coming. The freedom is almost here. He's got 4 more Liberators in production. Needs a little bit more time. It's just like turtle and defend until libs. Oh no! And then he can start zoning, right? Then he can start pushing forward. Speaking of, Geralt, he does find another opening. Does knock down those rocks. At the same time, Zealot, oh sorry, Stalker counterattack on the right hand side. Liberators should defend. More liberations coming in. The planetary should hold. Losing almost every Stalker. So every Stalker goes down. Oh my god, brutal Nova. What was that, 3, 4 ghosts? Oh no. That was, I would say, probably the juiciest Nova yet. Nova pops up. Geralt rotates once again. Yeah, still trying to keep up. Oof. Another ghost goes down. Guesses of the planetary. Where's the repairs? And not enough SCVs. ByuN, meanwhile, he's still waiting for his moment. He's still just been turtling and defending this entire time. We're waiting for a better fight. Stalkers, they dive into liberation zones. Stalkers going down. Novas don't connect. Zealots are being thrown away. Yeah, they remove command for a moment. Geralt, he does plummet in supply quite quickly there. There's away a lot of supply. Jesus, that's a lot of zealots. He just warped in with mass zealot. That was a better fight for the Terran. Ooh. For ByuN, he's got 3-3 on the way. Like, his army has slowly been getting better and better over time. He's got how many Liberators? 13. It's going to be 14. 14 Libs. 3-3-3 on the way. Up. Yo, that planetary can tank some shots. Like, oh my god. It's a second barrage of Novas. That is really scary just because now the Nova's on cooldown. Yeah, 2 Novas go up. Hot pickup does still catch some of the ghosts. 1, 2, 3 disruptors going down. Nice snipes. And again, punishing Geralt for just, Jesus, for rapid firing all those Novas. Geralt expanding here, taking one of ByuN's bases. Oh my god. Expanding into ByuN. No shot he can ever hold on to this. I can't. Bold move, Geralt. Bold move. He's an animal. It's not going to take much for ByuN to siege on top of this, but okay, sure. I was like, come at me. Not I'll come to you. Yeah, speaking of the basic goes now, as we mentioned, like I don't see Geralt ever maintaining this expansion. Like that's crazy. Ambitious, a better way of putting it. Very ambitious. But okay, okay, Geralt. As Geralt is now out of Colossus. One now just coming to reinforce. Liberator's moving forward. You can see Geralt trying to set up shield batteries, but again, like I didn't see that happening. Yeah, they're on the way. Down goes the expansion, down goes the pylon, everything gets, yeah, like everything gets shut down. To be fair, like if Geralt could get this up and running, like that can lead to a win. As he's throwing down the Nexus in the center of the map. This should be ByuN's next expansion. As for the first time in 20 minutes, we do see some harassing forces here for ByuN. Not really. Pulls back. Ooh, GTs, they come in. They come in. They snap the planetary. Oh, so 1 DT left over. Getting 9, getting 10 SCVs. Liberators in the position. And Geralt, he can break through. Yeah, he can. He can break through. This base is going to go down. We have all these Liberators doing nothing. Re-siege, papi. We're going to rotate. And ByuN's going for the counterattack. He's going for the counterattack instead. There we go. Now does reposition, but the base goes down. At the same time, we'll lose disruptors. Yeah, Geralt bleeding out a lot of high-tech units here. Little disruptors going down. Now Geralt moving in. Setting up in the center. Let's go. Can he get this up and running? Cannons and the shield batteries. Oh. Colossus almost goes down. Now with the center expansion, ByuN, he now has all of his corner bases. But of course, Geralt has access to like the wider array of expansions. Geralt, he has 2 bases towards the left-hand side. Liberator's repositioning. Oh, nice EMP. He goes off. CC goes down. Nice snipe here, getting 1, getting 2 disruptors. Barely not getting the final disruptor. And ByuN, he does spot the shield batteries. He's somewhat aware. Geralt, he rotates down to the low ground. Rotates down. ByuN is late to react. Oof. Oh, the Ravens! Brutal connections. Yeah, Ghost are going down. Storm as well, and Geralt, he can break through. This is it. This is his moment. Takes down 1, 2 CCs, takes down the entire army, and Geralt is going for the kill. Going for the throat. Once again, Liberators at late to re-siege, late to reposition. Blinks in, gets 2 more Liberators. 2 more Libs go down. And these are losses that ByuN can't afford. Unfortunately for ByuN, Geralt has 2 bases, right? He's up to 2 more expansions compared to his opponents. Geralt, he can afford these trades, he can afford these losses. Geralt, he instantly remaxes, ByuN cannot. ByuN, he cannot remax. He's out of gas. He's out of gas. Oof. Nervous a bit of friendly fire. The Liberators, they gain a lot of value, actually. the Liberators, they pop up. Oh my god. Not a bad fight, but oh, the splits aren't there. Nova connects. ByuN, he's gonna go for it. Denies the warp in. He denies the warp in. Does catch every disruptor, the Colossus as well. And he's gonna keep going. He's gonna keep going. Mass re-siege. Keep going. Don't slow down. Geralt, he's trying to rebuild. Remember, Geralt, he has a bank, but it takes a long time to rebuild certain units like disruptors. Does he only have 2 robos? No shot. He only has 2 robos. The production of Geralt is killing him. Only 2 robos, so he can only make two disruptors at a time. He's warping in. Now is the ByuN, go for it. Keep going. You have more than double the army supply. Keep going. He doesn't know. In ByuN's mind, Geralt has like 5 robos, but we can see here only 2. He's got a 3rd robo on the way. Geralt now realizes that he cannot rebuild. It's taking a long time for Geralt to actually rebuild his army. But ByuN doesn't know, man. Ah. He's not aware. Geralt mass expanding. So Geralt, he will have the opportunity to just rebuild and remax. As you can see, it's still taking some time. Like Geralt, he has 3k minerals, 2k gas. Unfortunately, ByuN is stuck at home, so Geralt should get away with it, as he's taking every base he can. Geralt rotating once again. These rotations so far have, for the most part, been worth it. Typically, when you get up to a high Liberator count like this, like look at how many Liberators there are. It's crazy. It typically forces out Skytoss and forces out Tempest. Typically. I will say that Geralt has done a decent job at rotating and avoiding most of the Liberators. Meanwhile, ByuN has had a hard time repositioning his army. So it's been kind of working. But as you saw, like in a head-on fight, ByuN, he will trade more efficiently here if all his Liberators, if they come into play. Just because Geralt's trying to brute force it with a ground-based army instead. Is moving in. He's moving in, and Nova's going to be going up. Ooh, brutal connections. ByuN takes the Novas to the face. Let's kill an expansion. The rest of the army's responding. Despite that, does get a Colossus. But these are also expensive losses here for ByuN. Losing Marauders, losing Ghosts. And Geralt is pushing in, only 2 Liberators here towards the south. Oh, Jesus. A little bit trigger happy. Okay, it's on ByuN to reposition. Does reposition some Liberators. How many Libs does he have? 21, soon to be 25. 25 Liberators back. Just this one. 24. Now, just like we saw like 10 minutes ago, we're waiting for ByuN to take a strong fight and then counterattack. Unfortunately, this time we do have like a 3rd Robo, so it's going to be faster to remax. But like looking at ByuN's vision, like he has not attacked like at all this game. Like he's harassed a little bit, but we haven't seen a main army push yet. Don't know if we ever will. He does pull away. Once again, those rotates. Once again, it's on ByuN to reposition and keep up with these rotations. Oh. Okay, a little bit of range popping up. Punishing the Stalkers. Oh no! Oof. Catching 5 SCVs. Oh, here it is. Flea Beacon is finally on the way. We're getting into Tempest. We're getting there. Ah, no. Not like this. We're almost there. He's making Tempest. It's crazy. Now, what's important when ByuN eventually, if he eventually breaks out, there's still fresh bases, by the way. There's still this base, there's still this expansion, which have not been touched yet. Geralt just now expanding in said direction. Technically, ByuN can try to take them for himself. I just saw Nick Cracked in the chat. It's crazy. 30 minutes into the game, Tempest. That's too early, Pappy. It's such an early tech switch. We need another 20 minutes. What do you mean? No. The Tempest rush is coming. Just go for the nuke. Army comes over behind. Does go for the Mass Nova. Ooh, they do connect. And God, he can take it from here. He can break on through. And once again, we have all these Liberators which aren't really coming into play. And ByuN, he's running out of money. He's running out of steam. He's mined out here at his 3rd base, sorry, his 4th base. He's running out of gas back. Stalkers, they blink in. I think we need to wait 10 more minutes before we actually make a Mothership. Well, I mean, a Tempest. I mean, Mothership is coming. The Mothership. I agree. I agree. Like you want to ease your way into the Tempest. You know, you don't want to get there too quickly. You don't want to be premature back. Gotta ease in the Tempest. Ah, no. But we are getting the mothership on mothership. Let's go. Sigurd Stalkers are coming from behind, and Geralt, he can just take this fight. He can just take this fight, and we will not see Tempest this game. It's not gonna happen. The ByuN army goes down, and Liberators as well. GG gets called, and Geralt, he will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're tied up. We're going to game 3. Again, a very, very intense game. So far, this series has been quite long. Game 1 was also around half an hour. Game 2, half an hour as well. Game 3, also going to be half an hour. Let's go. The 2-hour-long best of 3. Gib, Spappy, Gib. But GG well played. GG well played. Again, ByuN, he unfortunately was having a really hard time keeping up with the rotations of his opponent. Winding it back very quickly here. I will say that ByuN, there were times where he had the greater army, where he had an advantage. If you remember, there was that one moment where Geralt was overextended, where Geralt, he pushed into the center expansion, where he lost everything. And when ByuN had over double the army supply, it was 136 army supply against like 50. Against around 50 army supply. I think it was 54 army supply. Like, that would have been the moment for ByuN. But if you remember, when it came to that game state, ByuN, he didn't push because he didn't know. He didn't realize that Geralt actually didn't really have much production at home to rebuild his army. So he plummeted in supply, and it took a long time for him to remax despite having a massive bank. ByuN was unaware, so he stayed at home. He still turtled up, slowly recovered himself. It allowed Geralt to catch back up. So there were these missed opportunities, I feel like, unfortunately for ByuN. Otherwise, we saw that he was just not unable to push out across the map the entire game. But now we're getting into game number 3. We'll see how things change as we load into Old Republic. Let's go. Fun fact, another macro map. I just realized these guys, they vetoed all the rush maps and just pure macro path. Yeah, let's go. Pure macro. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Only macro. Exactly. Let's go. So speaking of macro maps, here, welcome to the Old Republic. We do have our main base leading into the natural here on the low ground, leading into our triangular third base. This setup here is similar to what we've seen in the past in regards to, say, maps like quote-unquote Abyssal Reef, or what's the other one that comes to mind? King's Cove, where you have this kind of like area leading into an expansion. It's all in the high ground. You have an entrance here outside of the natural, entrance here outside of the third base. What I will say is that these ramps are relatively wide, relatively large, so they do allow for some aggression, for some run-bys, for some pushes, especially once these rocks get knocked down. But early on, I would say that your 3-base setup is pretty well secure. Your 4th base is a little more out by the wayside here. The 4th base is a lot more exposed here towards the left hand side or on the low ground. So you have a secure 3-base setup, true, really secure 3 bases, but the 4th base does force you to move out, does force you to spread more thin. You get more exposed as you do progress into a longer game state. The map is large and there are a lot of bases, that is true. There are a lot of bases. It is a large map. But we'll see how aggression fares here. We'll see how ByuN will adjust. For now, double gas opener, ByuN going for a faster factory. King's Cove and Eternal Empire. Yeah, true. Yeah, Eternal Empire is actually maybe even a better example, just because it wasn't as extreme as the others. Here we go. From here, we're going to be settling in. And we'll see how we take up. Remember, double gas, so faster factory, faster starport, delayed CC out of ByuN. With this, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, we can go into earlier Banshee play, we can go into earlier Cyclone play. We'll see where ByuN does take us. So there's that 1/1/1. At the same time, it is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Geralt. Geralt plays it safe. Shield Battery in the main base, Shield Battery at the natural. So Shield Batteries have been thrown down. ByuN, of course, he only plays macro. Unironically, for the most part, like we've said this before, I'll say it again. I mean, the series itself kind of validates that. ByuN, he's the most macro-oriented Terran player out there right now. I would say more so than Clem, more so than Maru, more so than Cure. The others are a lot more willing to be aggressive and all in, for better or for worse. As ByuN, he will bleed out a lot of units. That was not quite worth it. Tries to go into the bases, gets denied, gets shut down. Yeah, rough start here for ByuN. But the other Terran players out there, like Clem, like Maru, like Cure, like Bunny, are a lot more willing to go for 2 base all-ins. 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, pull the boys, cut workers, commit. ByuN is less willing to do that. Not saying he never does. He does do it every now and then, but less so than the other Terrans. As we are going into Hyperflight Rotors, let's go. Not Cloak Banshee. Going into Speed Banshees instead. Again, this is something that the top Terran players have been incorporating in recent months. Ever since EWC. Is going into Speed instead of Cloak. The reasoning for this is because Protoss players have been playing safer and safer. As you can see here, that was a Robo on 2 bases. That was a Robo before the 3rd base. And because Protoss players have been playing safer and going for faster Robos, they're getting faster detection, and Cloak Banshees aren't anywhere near as worth it as they used to be. So having more agile Banshees with more micro potential can lead to better results, as opposed to investing into Cloak. So we have seen players like ByuN, players like Clem, like mix this in. Which, if you remember, which is one of the reasons why the patch notes for the PTR were a little bit weird, because I believe in the PTR they are going to be reducing the build time of Hyperflight Rotors, and I was like, I mean, players are already using it, like, so it feels kind of weird, but it feels like one of those changes that like wants to push the Terran players into a direction, but that they're already going in, but does help with that, I guess. As the tank does not go down. Nice defense. Then he does hold on to his natural. Yanni does slip in across the map, but Soldier in position. And the first Banshee is going to go down. Yeah, we'll get one. The other will get away here, but so far not too worth it here for ByuN. Again, I'm sure he was hoping for maybe a little bit more dead space. There's dead space here outside of the main base, but not in between the natural and the main. Yeah, the Banshee is barely going to get away. Whew. Does barely escape. It gets 5 probes. 5 probes, 1 Banshee. Again, not the best trades here for ByuN, but at least does keep one of the Banshees alive. True. Does keep it alive. Behind this, once again, Geralt's going into Colossus, not into Storm, not yet. It's going to be Colossus followed by eventual greater splash damage. We're getting there. Please, ByuN, play more aggressive. I mean, it's ByuN, Babby. He's the more passive player. It's okay. When 20 minutes hits, he'll pop off. Don't you worry. He'll get there. But for now, we're building up. Getting into our 3rd expansion.
Ready.
Getting to his 3rd base, likewise. Geralt getting to his 4th. We're just building up into the mid game. ByuN taking up into Ghosts, as he's trying to be active. Ah. We're settling in, Pappy. Really, this is just giving herO more time to get ready. I actually didn't get to mention it. Fun fact, for those that are curious, one of the other reasons why we actually moved this event to Tuesday instead of Sunday is because players were traveling from Maestros, right? Players that were traveling back from France. And herO, he actually just arrived in Korea like 2 hours ago. he just arrived in Korea from France like 2 hours ago. So we were a little bit concerned, but it was like, oh, your match is going to be held for later, so it's okay, it's okay. It'll be fine. He's had plenty of time to unpack, decompress. He's made it back home. Oh. From here, ByuN catching out a couple of stalkers. Storm is on the way, disruptors are on the way as well. And again, herO just benefiting from the size of the map itself, as he's very nicely secure on 4 bases. As we mentioned before, the bases are a little more spread out, they're a little more exposed compared to the previous map, that is true, but ByuN, he's not really being too active here. He's still building up at home, getting into Ghost, getting into Vikings. He's being active with a small force, but he has no intention to really break out and break through. Has no intention to commit. Just posturing. Getting a second starport, building up more Vikings, and looking to max out. So ByuN is going to be maxing. He is going for the center expansion. As I mentioned before, the linear 4th base is a lot more spread out. It's just farther away from the other expansions, so you have to spread yourself thin. Here, ByuN, he'll go for the low ground expansion. Because it's on the low ground, it's a little bit more vulnerable here. There are different angles of attack, especially if these rocks get knocked down, but herO has yet to set up. He has yet to knock down those rocks. He rotates. He's sharking around. There we go. Now starts working on those rocks. Again, this is probably something you want to be working on ahead of time, just so you can hit the 4th base as quickly as possible. herO's moving in. Zellarame behind this. There he goes off. Does catch the Widowmine. Oh! Ooh. Takes out one of the ghosts. Not bad. Ghost goes down, but ByuN's holding. ByuN holds, he defends. So far, ByuN, he defends the 3rd base. The herO is maxed. ByuN, he's almost there. Almost. He lands. Does take a storm to the face. And we'll see if ByuN can make a stand here. Far again, buying time. Fusion cores all the way. That's going to be for Liberators. ByuN is getting there. And just like last game, I'm pretty sure the goal here is for ByuN to defend until he reaches like critical mass of Liberators. I would imagine that's the plan. Why is he playing like TVP like Mario TVZ in 2022, like never attacking? I mean, ByuN's been playing like this for months. I mean, like, for most of this year. This is how he's been playing. Oh. ByuN, he is going to be getting a fifth CC's on the way. Oh. I like it. I like it. Shout out to Nick Rags. Right, like, so the goal is to get into defend until mass live, and then defend a little bit more, and then maybe defend some more. True. So okay, so the goal is actually you defend, And then eventually you can float a CC towards your opponent, and then you defend that CC, and then you attack. Oh, good. As we do collapse in the army, Nova's going to be going up. We do for the most part. Oh, the storms are brutal though. Yeah, storms are brutal. The armies do trade. Takes out all the disruptors. Not bad. Disruptors do go down. Oh, as Geralt will still chase. Yeah, Picture Hauler goes, catching on more Marauders. And here come the reinforcements. Geralt is just going to keep pushing. He can keep going. There's no lives, no lives. Tanks are far behind. And Geralt, can he go for the kill? Dives on the tank. Tank goes down. A base is exposed. Storm is coming in. And down goes the planetary. Geralt, he might just break through. Unfortunately, there's no War Prism. There's no way to reinforce. So reinforcements are delayed. But Geralt, he breaks the low ground. Denies the 4th CC. And that's all he really needed. Deny the 4th. Starve out ByuN. And Geralt is remaxing. Geralt, he's remaxing. He's rebuilding. We'll bleed out one of the Colossus. Going for another CC. Can he get it? Can he get the CC? No, not quite. Not quite. But again, no mining at the 4th base. Geralt's just overwhelming. Still rallying from across the map. Again, it takes a while for the reinforcements to arrive. But Geralt, he should take this. Geralt, he should take this. He should kill ByuN. ByuN cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not after losing the 4th base. If you recall, this was the one scary thing about Old Republic is the 4th expansion. Whether it's this low ground base or the base on the right-hand side, the 4th base on this map is much more exposed. So much more difficult to defend. And ByuN cannot hold on to this 4th. It's not going to happen. Yeah, blinks on in. Oof. Right, ByuN, he does hold. Does survive, true. And Geralt, he backs off. He recharges those Novas, and he's ready to go in once again. For a second time. He's going for it back. Oof. Novas are popping up. Mainly on Marauders. Does overextend, losing most of his disruptors though. Yeah, a lot of disruptors go down. A really shaky fight there for Geralt. Did miscontrol. ByuN attempts to double expand. And Geralt, is he still on 2 robos? Yeah, still only on 2 robos. That is slowing him down. So just like the last game, because of the lack of robos, that is slowing down the ability to reinforce and to remax for Geralt. So this production is kind of bottlenecking him. Is a bottleneck. Still can reinforce with game units though. True. Kills the CC. Takes down the base, takes down the expansion. Catching out all the medevacs. Oh my god, it's a brutal Nova. Nova goes off, and that should be it. GG gets called. Geralt, who will take the series 2-1. Geralt does advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, congratulations. Geralt, he will claim the series. He will overwhelm. Again, this is a learning experience when it comes to our players learning some of these maps, but as we try to emphasize specifically on Old Republic, as you saw, it is much more difficult to take your 4th base. The 4th base, either option is more difficult, it is more open, it is more exposed, you are more vulnerable, and we saw that ByuN could not actually turtle up and maintain his 4th expansion, unlike on Mothership, right? Unlike on Mothership and unlike on Celestial Enclave, the other maps that we saw were easier to take your 4th and your 5th expansions. Here, could not do it. Could not do it, could not take it. GG, well played, congratulations. Geralt, he will claim the series, he will advance on, and now we're getting ready for our next best of 3. Let's go. Here we go. But GG, well played. With that, let's catch up with the bracket. Ah. Okay, beautiful. Hold on, just setting up. Making sure we get everyone involved. But when it comes to the bracket itself, exclamation mark be in the chat, exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. I do apologize, but there we go. So Geralt takes down ByuN 2-1. SHIN takes down Nightmare 2-0. And we have our top two players. Sorry, we have our upper semis ready. Now it's time for the lower quarterfinals. Here we go. herO versus Young Yakov and Creator versus Nicaract. The way that it's working here is that we are going to be running these two matches at the same time. They're going to be happening at the same time, and we are jumping into herO and Young Yakov. Let's go, Papi, let's go. Jumping into our fresh best of 3 to determine who will advance on to the lower semis. And of course, SHIN versus Geralt is going to be held. We'll get there. We'll get to their match momentarily. For now, we're jumping into our fresh series and spawning in the right-hand corner of Magnetic North. We have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing his new team, T1, just freshly back from France. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself, it is Young Yakov. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as this is the second time we are loading into Magnetic North. Now, getting into this, of course, just as a heads up, this is a much more aggressive map in the map pool. When it came to ByuN versus Geralt, they're known for longer macro games, and every map that we saw between the three of them were macro maps. Here, shorter rush distance by ground, aggression is more favorite here on Magnetic North. We saw that in the previous series, Nightmare attempted an all-in against SHIN. Oh, hold on. Nightmare, he attempted an all-in. He attempted an 8-gate all-in versus SHIN on this map, and he did fumble the ball. SHIN shut it down. SHIN actually rushed into this base. You can see here, this high-yield gas base is what SHIN took as a third expansion. He rushed into it, took it, and was able to help use this into a Ling Hydra all-in. Make use of it, of course, into an all-in, and SHIN did snowball out of control, did shut Nightmare down real fast and real quick. We'll see how Yakov and herO will approach this instead. Winding it back, welcome to Magnetic North. You have your secure 2-base setup. The third expansion is relatively secure as well, but going for the low ground base is a bold move here. This expansion is much more exposed. We have a wide entrance towards the left. We have a wide ramp here towards the right, multiple entrances even as well. So this is a bit of a more awkward base to take as an expansion. We'll see if Young Yakov can make use of this. Likewise, it also means that his creep is going to be a little bit more delayed getting across the map, depending on where he wants to push, depending on where herO also expands. Curious. We do expect aggression out of Young Yakov, 100%. Is what he is known for. Just catching up. Since turtle style doesn't work versus toss. I mean, ByuN, he makes it work. He does. Like, not like he has a 0% win rate against Protoss, not at all. Once again, as you mentioned, like, learning these new maps it's definitely a learning process, right? Being able to adapt, being able to confirm, and Yakov, are we just skipping the natural entirely? Let's go! Let's go! So SHIN, he rushed into this base to take the high yield gas, and Yakov, he's doing the same thing, skipping the natural entirely. Okay. Does skip the natural. Rushing into the high yield gas. Let's go. SHIN did use this again to a Ling Hydra all-in. We'll see if Yakov does the same or if Yakov goes for a Roach Ravager all-in instead. We'll see how he makes use of the gas. Do you think we'll see somebody rush those purple gas bases? We already have. If you watched the previous series, SHIN did so. Sorry, if I didn't make it clear, I was trying to emphasize that earlier today when SHIN and Nightmare played on this map, SHIN rushed into this gas base, and you can see that Young Yakov's doing the same. So far both Zerg players have done so. Have rushed into the gases. Oracle does move in. And here he does get eyes on the expansion. He's aware. He's aware of the gas. We have extra gateways on the way. herO going for a 2-base all-in. My apologies. No expansion, no third. No third base, no third base on the left, no third base on the right-hand side. 2-base all-in out of herO going now. Mass gateway explosion, getting up to 5 gateways. I believe can afford up to 6 gates on 2 bases. Let's go. So it's going to be all or nothing here for herO. And yes, the high yield gas expansion has a lot of value with the gases, of course, but herO, his goal is to break his opponent first, is to break Young Yakov first before he can actually saturate the gold or saturate the high yield base. Let's go. Those Lings are being shut down. herO going for a very late expansion. Behind this, we've got, again, 4 gateways in the main base, the 5th gateway here at the natural, warping in. herO should be pushing. Link is getting there. Almost done. And again, we'll see if herO can break through. Soldiers are moving in. Unfortunately, here he has no way to reinforce across the map. Blink is now done, and here he should be applying as much pressure as possible towards this high yield base. Here we go, he is pushing. We'll see if he can break through. Lings are coming for the surround. Does avoid the surround. Stasis trap is going to be going up. There's one stasis. So far, Yakov, he's holding, he's defending. We have more stalkers coming in. A second Oracle as well. Now, if herO fails to get damage done here, then he will fall behind. Remember, herO, like his third base is so late. It's such a late third expansion for herO. herO is committed. Lings, they get in. They get into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. herO, he has to commit. There aren't that many Zerglings. herO, he can trade well. He trades well here at the same time. herO, he defends back at home. He's got a third Oracle. Third Oracle defends. Hydras are massive, but the Hydras are exposed. herO, he breaks through. Yeah, herO, he breaks through. No Zerglings, no buffer for the Hydras. The Hydras are exposed. Stasis gets baited. Ooh, brutal. Another stasis. Brutal stasis trap. Cashing out most of the Hydras. Gas goes down. And the Hydras are falling. Hydras getting picked up. A bit of awkward control there from herO. But he's moving in. Again, he's moving in for the kill. He wants those Hydras. Respects those Lings though. Oh, another stasis goes off. Brutal connection. Lings getting caught out. And here he's trading well. Trading very well here. Remember, he has established his third base. It was late, but it's up and running. herO, he has a better economy. Yakov, he cut workers a long time ago. Cut workers at 46. The longer this game goes on, the worse it is for young Yakov. Yo, here he can even blink over the wall as well. True. Blink over the wall. Even chasing instead. Catching out more Hydras. The Zealots, they do get across that. They hit the natural. The natural waste is going to go down. That's a cancel. And Yakov overreaction. He pulls everything home to defend, which means the forward base. No. The hatchery's exposed. It's going to go down. And here he's just pulling young Yakov apart. So going for the expansion. Hatchery goes down. And the hatchery falls. herO rotating around. Yakov here struggling. And GG. Yeah, GG gets called. There's no coming back from that. And herO takes game number 1. Whew. GG. herO, he does take a lead in the series. Again, it was a bold move from young Yakov to go for the high yield gas base, but he could not maintain it, could not defend it. He did go for a Ling run by, if you remember, at the time to try to harass the third, which failed to get damage done. He got 3 probes. He got 3 probe kills. Oh. 10k. Okay. Beautiful. As we're getting into game 2, game 2 is going to be on 10,000 atmospheres. Here we go. Just making sure we have everyone involved. Beautiful. But again, yes, so young Yakov, he was all in. He did go for that Ling run by towards the third base, which was a really risky move. And if you remember, how many probes did he kill? 3. He killed 3 probes. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it in the end. And because he sent so many Lings to harass at that time, and he lost so many Lings attempting to harass the third base, because of those losses, it meant that he had less to defend his own high yield base, and he, as a result, lost control of that expansion. If he hadn't gone for that run by, then we could have seen a stronger defense. It was a risky maneuver out of young Yakov. In the end, was not quite worth it, and was shut down. But not just that though, of course, herO, he also was hyper aggressive with that 5-gate opener, so there was aggression from both sides. In the end, herO did overwhelm, and now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, I almost said 10, I think I said 10,000 atmospheres. I said on the map. But spawning into 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. It is young Yakov. Going for the 12 pool. Let's go. Going for the 12 pool here. And going for the hatchery across the map. Going for the proxy hatch. Let's go. Going for the hatch rush, or the hatch block. Welcome to another rush map. So similarly to the previous game, this map does favor aggression. We do have a short rush distance by ground. So short rush distance by ground, there are these massive tumors in the center of the map. We have them in the center, we have them off towards the right hand side, towards the third base. They do expire over time, so the map does open up as the map progresses. Meanwhile, here comes the hatch rush, here comes the hatch block at the ramp, and we respond with the cannon rush. So Forge is on the way, cannons are going to be the response to defend. So hyper aggression out of young Yakov with the 12 pool. And herO will see if he can get his cannons up and running. So things are moving in. And there's a lot to appreciate with this map, but we're not going to get there. We're not. Like again, we have almost a pocket expansion here where you can mine through these minerals and take the base on the right hand side. But when that's not going to factor in. Cancels the Forge. Okay. Does cancel the Forge, so no cannons. Bold move. The Zealot gets surrounded. Yeah, the Zealot's gonna be shut down. Brutal surround. The Zealot does fall. The probe as well. And we chose to cancel the Forge. herO. Does he get away with it? So far, it's okay. Adept is on the way. Adept is being chronoed. He does pylon block across the map. No expansion. Boys are being pulled. The shield battery's on the way. But another Zealot is going to get surrounded here. Does have his back against the wall. Grievous reading. Adept has arrived. herO, he's holding. herO, very nice control. Again, he's holding with the bare minimum. But the gateway's taking a lot of hits. Is the gateway going to go down? That's all the production, by the way. That's all the production. Gateway falls. 0 units, 0 production. Only 1 adept. There's 1 adept to defend, and remember, herO, he chose not to finish the Forge. He chose to cancel. That's 1 adept. That's it. That's the army. And there's no gateway. There's no gateway. There's no production. herO. Spine crawlers on the way. Lings, they flood in. And I think that's just game, to be honest. I think that's what can herO do? He does have a Stargate in production, but it's so far away. It'll take so long to produce. Now Lings, they break the natural. Spine Cooler goes in, comes in for the surround. Adept does shade away. Does barely shade away. Warp Gaze, it looks like it will barely finish. And we need some Void Rays. Here he needs those Void Rays across the map. There's still a pylon in position, still no expansion. Going for the Oracle instead. I mean, the Oracle has value against Lings, true. It also does produce faster, also true. As Adept is gonna fall. 0 fighting units right now. We have a wall of shield batteries. I mean, thankfully, Warp Gate did finish, so we're getting a gateway. We're going to have a Warping available. The Oracle has arrived. Oh, good. Trying to engage, but we have Queens moving in. There's a Pulsar Beam. Takes off a lot of Zerglings. Yeah, a lot of Lings are going down. Does take down one of the pylons. Depowers 2 shield batteries. As Jakob behind this, he expands. He will take the forward base just because the pylon is still there. The pylon is still being annoying. Now Spine Cooler is within range. Spine Cooler is within range. One of the queens. Oh, no, transfuse! No, yeah, Jakob! No! There was so much energy on the queen. No transfuse. That's a pretty big loss. And the Oracles, they get across the map, but there's a Spore. Okay, there's a Spore. Oracles, they go for the Queen. The Queen should be hunted down. Oof. Does get the Queen at least. Oh my god, he gets locked in. The Sentry's going for the kill. The Sentry locks down the Queen. The Sentry comes out on top. Oh my god. Sentries are crazy. They're cracked, Pappy. They're cracked. And here he holds. Here he holds. I mean, it's a messy defense, but does hold on. Very messy with all of this. But he breaks out. And as it settles, where are we? So, Jakob, his natural base is so delayed, and it's exposed, right? Like, this base is not going to be easy to defend. Bouncing back and forth between the forward expansion and the main base. So, herO has potential. Can herO recover in this game? Can he do it? Oh, he was trying to mine gas. herO gets hunted down. herO, he's moving out. Spore will finish in time. He will get the Spore. Where are the Lings? Without Zerglings, the ground army can actually pop off. It's 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. Sorry, we even have more. Oh, the Proxy! The Proxy gets up! No shot. Here he takes it. Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing to defend. There's one Queen. There's one Queen, a handful of Lings. herO with the Warp in. herO with the Proxy Gate. Let's go. Takes down the Queen. Force fields the middle line. And we got slow Lings to defend. herO. Let's go. Again, it was a messy defense from herO, to be honest. It was very messy. The rush got more damage than it should have, but in the end, herO, he recovers. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series 2-0. He will advance on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played, herO. He will claim it. Again, despite the chaotic start and the chaotic game that we featured, of course, herO, he does recover, he does take it, he does advance on. Again, when it comes to these builds, I will say that young Jakob, you could argue that maybe he didn't really have the urgency that he needed to push into the main. Like, he spent a lot of time dealing with the shield batteries and pylons on the low ground. It allowed for the Stargate to finish and allowed for the Oracle to pop out as well for herO. On top of that, we did see some miscontrol of young Jakob losing his queens. He had a lot of energy for transfuse. He could have kept pushing, but alas, he was slowed down quite heavily after losing a high energy queen. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. herO, he does claim the series 2-0. Let's go. Let us go. Good. GG, well played. With that, herO, he does recover, he does bounce back, and he does claim the series. Let's go. As we do have those updates in the chat. Oh boy, exclamation mark B, to have a look at the back yourselves. So SHIN took down Nightmare, herO took down ByuN, herO just took down Young Yakov, and Creator versus Nickrat are currently mid-series. They're currently mid-series. We are going to be getting into SHIN versus herO next. That is going to be a next match here in the upper portion of the bracket. Let's go. Here we go. So we have the upper semis, and ideally, once we wrap up the upper semis, then the lower semis will be ready. That is the ideal. So SHIN versus herO into herO versus either Creator or Nickrat. That is the goal. That is the plan. So Vitas are underway. Just catching up. Nobody cast Nickrat. The other casters did have the option to do so, but it looks like all the casters did jump into herO versus Young Yakov. So unfortunately, there is no coverage on Nickrat versus Creator. Unfortunately. Truly iconic. Yeah, of course. Don't like 12 full builds, his eco was so bad. As a reminder, part of the reason why the economy was so bad is because of the pylon block. If you remember, there was that drone that was attacking that pylon for a long time. Like, Young Yakov, he wanted to expand. He did want to expand earlier, but he couldn't because of the pylon, and it took a while, and you know, this is on Young Yakov, it took a long time for him to finally expand at the forward base. It was not his first option, and it took a while for that realization to really sink in, but eventually he took it, but it was heavily delayed because initially he was trying to take his natural, which was denied, if you recall. So I'm sure he would have had a faster expansion and a better economy if he was able to actually get the base that he initially wanted, or if he had made the decision to take the forward base faster instead, of course. So one or the other. But regardless, GG. GG, well played. Nickrat is Terran. Yes, as you can see here, is Terran. But with that, we are soon getting into our next series. I guess for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, when we return, we will have our next series. We will have the upper semi. See you soon. See you soon after the break. So, see you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals or semifinals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup 2025 September finals. Our very first monthly finals in the history of the Tuna Cup. In so many years of content, we have our monthly finals. Papi, let's go. Papi, let's go. Again, we are going to be hosting monthly finals for the remainder of 2025 for September, October, November, and December. And we are jumping into our fresh series and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the green Protoss. We have the green Protoss himself, the Polish Protoss for Stream Reserve. It is Geralt. Here we go. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. And welcome for the first time here in tonight's broadcast to Tourmaline. Here we do have an interesting map in the map pool here. One of the more quote-unquote standard. It's not as large as some of the macro maps like Celestial Enclave, for example, or like Old Republic. It's not as small as maps like Satellite Years, or what was I getting at? Magnetic North. There we go. Not as small as Magnetic North or 10,000 feet. A little bit more down the middle here. We do have a secure 3-base setup. We have our natural, we have our third base, no ramp coming into the natural. The area here outside of the natural and outside of the third is wider. That is true. So you can make use of that. You can try to be aggressive, but again, the rush distance is longer than some of the other maps that I did mention before. So if we did see SHIN be aggressive, I would lean towards some 3-base all-ins and some 3-base aggression more so than on 2-base, as we've seen in the past. Go. Quickly double checking. Yeah, so I'm just taking my notes here for the maps. My main issue with Tourmaline, my main concern was the main attack path going from the natural to natural. As you can see here, it's very direct. There's no ramps, there's no points of elevation. There's no choke points either to try to slow down an aggressive push, to try to slow down an all-in. So this could potentially, in my mind, lead to German taxis, right? I could see German taxis being a thing here. So we'll see what SHIN goes for. Like, if I want to see some aggressive builds, like I do look to SHIN. True. Look to SHIN. I mean, I would look to Solar as well. A lot of the Zerg players. For all-ins. Before I forget, of course, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Like how Geralt's color matches the map. Yes, Geralt, he's blending in. He's maybe he won't see me if I blend into the ground. No, it didn't work. That is a Twilight Council before expansion, so a hyper-aggressive build here by Geralt, going for a much faster Twilight Council. This could be one of two things. I'm currently leaning more towards Glaive Adepts, but this could lead into an early Blink build. Regardless, aggressive start from our Protoss. Going for a delayed forge. So delayed forge, faster Twilight Council, third base not being taken. Show us what you got. And there it is. Glaive's going to be on the way. Again, we did read this as it was a faster Twilight Council before third base. It is on SHIN to recognize what's going on, and so far SHIN, he has 0 overlord across the map. He has 0 potential for scouting. SHIN does not know. And if SHIN cuts corners, if SHIN skips the Roach Warren, oh, then I'm concerned. Evo Chamber first out of SHIN. If we see no Roach Warren, if we see no Bailey Nest, then Geralt, he can pop off. Now, SHIN can still scout this. He needs Lings. He needs to move Lings across the map as quickly as possible, get within the main attack paths, and spot the Adepts as they push across the map, to give SHIN some kind of indication. Pokes in, sees nothing. Sees 2 Adepts, that's not a tell. Seeing 2 to 6 Adepts is not a tell of aggression or not a tell of something more quirky going on. Needs to see more. And here we go. We have how many? We have 8. 8 adepts are now shading across the map. Link scouts. Up! Up! Ooh, does what? Yeah, does confirm. He knows. Yeah, SHIN, he's not aware of what's going on. Behind this, we have 16 Lings in production. Going mass Ling is not ideal, but it's all he has, right? It's all he has. And if he can surround this army, then he can shut it down. Lings are building up. Adepts are moving towards the 3rd. Catches a queen. 1 queen falls. But Lassie doesn't commit. Yeah, doesn't quite commit into the bases. Adepts say cancel the shade. Stasis into the main, stasis into the natural. Solid reactions out of SHIN. SHIN, he does minimize losses. Has plenty of Zerglings. And SHIN, he should defend. Yeah, he will defend. Ooh, I spoke too soon. Adepts say get into the mineral line, but alas, still no dead workers. No dead workers here. There we go, 3, 4 drones going down. Getting up to 5, okay. Building up. 5, 6, 7 drones. We get up to 10. Oof. Geralt is getting caught out. Brutal losses here for Geralt. But he will get up to 12 drones. Okay, 14, 15? Can we get a mineral line? We can. 17 drone kills, 18 drones, 19 drone kills, 20. Does barely reach 20 kills. Not bad here from Geralt behind this. Remember, this is not an all-in, so don't get this twisted. Glaive adepts are not an all-in. You transition out of glaives into a fully saturated 3rd base, into a 4th expansion, into +1 blink stalkers. Not a bad start for Geralt. Not bad. If he had only killed less than 10 workers, I would have favored SHIN, but 20 kills, that is brutal. And SHIN, he has to recover. SHIN, he's redroning. Currently, SHIN is behind economically, so he has to redrone, resaturate. He's taking up as well, taking up into, ooh, an infestation pit. This tells us that SHIN is thinking about lurker attack. So after all those losses, SHIN, he's not going for an all-in. He's not all-inning as a response. He is redroning, resaturating, getting up to 5 bases, and taking up into Hive, and taking up into lurkers. This tells me that Geralt still has map control. Geralt has map control. SHIN is in trouble. As SHIN is lacking any momentum, and SHIN is stuck turtling back at home. So again, SHIN, as you can see here, again, he's working towards the Hive, working towards lurkers. SHIN is still trying to recover. Oh, and SHIN, he can't afford to lose these Hydras. Things are going down. Hydras are exposed. Geralt, he should continue pressuring. Here we go. Here come the Zealots. SHIN, he's in trouble. Remember, he has no Banelings. He has no Lurkers either. Here come the Slowlots. And Geralt, he can just blink in. He can just blink in. He can just go for the kill. He can just go for the throats. For now, blinking back, being cautious. Shaves off more Hydras. Ooh, that's a lot of Stalkers going down. Where the Zealot? Where's Charge? Jesus. Charge is quite delayed. There we go. There's the Chrono. We need Charge. Geralt, he's so close to breaking through. Lurkers are coming. If we can morph in those 4 Lurkers, then SHIN can hold. SHIN, he needs those Lurkers. Likewise, Geralt, he needs a Charge. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off. The Lurkers are finishing. Oh. The Lurkers, they borrow in time. Charge finally kicks in, but now there are Lurkers to defend. And 5 Lurkers in total. 4 of them are revealed. And so far, the Lurker count is slowly building up, getting a 6th Lurker. Oh no! Now Lurkers are exposed. He gets 1. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 Lurkers go down, 4 left. And 4 Lurkers remaining. 1 more will warp into Zealots. That's all we need. I mean, Geralt, he's lacking warp-ins. He's got 1,000 minerals. He's got 1,000. Warp in, Pappy. We need reinforcements. He's got 1,005. There we go. Geralt, he's been skipping warp-ins. Does go for a Zealot run by towards the left-hand side. And here comes the main army. Geralt, can he go for the kill here and now? Can he get on top of those Lurkers? Not quite. Yeah, not quite. Gets 1. Gets 1 Lurker. Takes down 8 drones. SHIN is holding, but once again, Geralt, he has been missing warp-ins. Macro's been slipping. And which means the game is going to slow down. Like, SHIN is held. SHIN is holding. Lurkers are exposed, but oh god. Pushing into lurkers like this is not easy. And Geralt will back off, and SHIN will stabilize. Now, coming into this, there's a world where Geralt could have just won the game and could have broken through, but alas, SHIN has held, he's recovered, he's building up that lurker count, and SHIN is holding, defending, and will soon should be able to outscale. What is Geralt lacking? Splash damage. Remember, no Storm. There's no Storm, there's no Colossus, there's no splash damage. And without any splash damage, Geralt should be outscaled. Should be. Once we get into lurkers, once we get into Ling Hydra Lurker. So Geralt was pretty committed. Like, he was pretty committed, like borderline all in, trying to kill SHIN without any Storm. Failed to do so. Yo, we got the token Void Ray on the way. Let's go. Yeah, lurkers are moving in. They're wedging themselves in between the bases. Has SHIN overextended? Lurkers are somewhat exposed. Oh no, the Immortals! The Immortals get choked up. The Immortals are going down. We need a Revelation. We need detection. Revelation does not connect. And the army's kind of being cleaned up here, but there are two lurkers getting free damage the entire time. The two lurkers. Yeah, those two lurkers, they pop up. Still free damage. Brutal losses there for Geralt. At the same time, Nidus into the main. And SHIN is pulling Geralt apart. Dives into the main base. 16 probe kills. And SHIN has control of the production. He has control of the production. GG gets called. And SHIN, he does take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Geralt, he had momentum. He had a strong start. He killed 20 workers. He was pushing in, trying to break SHIN ahead of time. Unfortunately, we were a little bit late when it came to the charge timing. True. And also, we were, unfortunately, missing warpins. We were missing warpins. The macro was slipping for Geralt because it was so intent on killing his opponent, so fixated on the micro and the control. Oh, and in the end, he was not quite able to break through. Not quite able to break through. With that, SHIN did then outscale. He snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. SHIN does take a lead. Oh. As we are getting ready for game number 2. There we go. We're good. Go. Players are ready, and we're going to be loading into. We've seen a lot of this map actually tonight. Magnetic North. We've seen this almost every series. Almost. We didn't see it in the Geralt versus ByuN series, but almost every series have been getting into Magnetic North. We're getting there again. Let's go. Here we go. We're getting into this, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Magnetic North, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is SHIN. Do I see someone in the chat acting like a clown? Watch yourself, Pappy. Watch yourself. Got us fog of war. Couldn't see how far behind it was. Ah, no. Not like this. But welcome one all to Magnetic North. Here again, we've seen this map quite often so far. Here, one of the big features, of course, is how open the third base can be, especially when you can knock down those rocks. Different attack angles towards the third as well for run-bys, and of course the high-yield gas geyser. Last time we were here, SHIN did rush into the high-yield gas and was able to turn this into a Ling Hydra 3-base all-in. We'll see if he does something similar with that gas geyser. Let's go. Here we go. Hydra so powerful versus gateway units, ain't no way stalkers can match that DPS. If I didn't make it clear, like SHIN, he was very vulnerable in that previous game, as we were trying to emphasize. If we were able to get those warp-ins going, if charge was done earlier, then Hydras are actually very squishy. They're actually quite vulnerable to a gateway army, to gateway units, if you're able to have that Zealot support, of course. Meanwhile, no surprises here, SHIN does take the high-yield gas. And we'll see if Geralt can punish the expansion. We'll see if he can punish. Like, I would say that Geralt had the stronger start last game, but did fumble the ball when it came to the execution or the aggression in the mid-game. Did fumble. And with that, here we go. So we have our Stargate opener. Stargate opener back at home. We are settling in. And especially because we're still feeling out a lot of these maps, I'm curious if this does make it into the map pool, if we see more vetoes on this because of how powerful this expansion can be. Likewise, we'll see if players get better and better at punishing the space. Remember, like, herO did punish this expansion when Yang Yakov attempted to rush into the space. You could also argue, though, that it was partly on Yang Yakov and the failed Ling run-by at the time. True, that was also a factor, of course. Was a factor. As we have Ling speed on the way, SHIN pulls out a gas. Geralt, he is aware of the expansion. And he's in position to deny scouting, or deny, I should say, transfers. Gets on top of the spore. And there's no shade here. Geralt, he should be shot down. Does get one drone kill, sorry, 2 drones in total. Adepts do fall. This will mean that the third base is vulnerable. SHIN going for the counterattack. Adepts, they should be here to defend. And alas, not quite in position. Oracle races back home. So a nice distraction, allowing SHIN to saturate his third base. We'll slowly get up and running. Here comes the Maynard. Drones are being sent over, and the Oracle is stuck at home. It's stuck at home because the Adepts went down earlier. Behind this is a later Twilight Council for Geralt, later Council, into which should be +1 in Blink. We're expecting a Forge. As Geralt, he does at least catch a Queen. The Stasis as well. Getting some value here and there, but for the most part, SHIN, he's mining freely, right? He's mining freely from the gas geyser. SHIN, his economy is solid. Getting into +1 range, getting into the lair, and this should lead into Hydras. So into Ling Hydra. I'm a little bit surprised by the lack of Forge, by the way. So no Forge. And we could just go for a gateway explosion. This could just be the beginning of an AK. AK 3 base all in. Yep, there we go. So no gases. The goal here is no gases, no further tech. The goal is not to tech up into Colossus or into Storm or into any splash damage. The goal here is to go purely for Mass Blink Stalker into a 3 base all in. We have 4 gates on the way. We have 4 gates already done, so 8. So 8 gateways. Typically, the 8th gateway is a proxy across the map. Lings are collapsing in. No Blink. Oh, yeah, no Blink Stalkers. Blink is not yet done. Brutal loss there for Geralt. Oh, now he's taking gases. Okay. That is still his 4th gas, though. Spreads him out. Going for a very delayed forge. This is a bit of a messy build. It's a messy build here from Geralt. Late forge. Now taking a gas geyser. It feels like it's too late for +1 at this point. Either get it sooner or not at all. Oof. Yeah, Oracle's getting caught out, and SHIN, he's hitting his stride. He's hitting his stride. SHIN, he's not making drones. He's cutting workers at 54, 3-base all in. So Ling Hydra 3-base all in out of SHIN. He's ramping up. And Geralt, he missed his timing. Did miss his window here. Now he's expanding. Down goes the expansion. And SHIN getting ready for the surround. Does come in from behind. Hydras are a little bit exposed, but we come in for the surround. We catch out some of the stalkers. Delta being shut down as well. And SHIN starts stepping in. He's going for the kill. Collapsing on those stalkers. A lot of stalkers do go down. And God, he doesn't really have much behind this either. As we mentioned before, like, it was just a bit of a shaky execution here. Late +1, then expanded, then took his gases. I think that was after the realization that the all-in had failed, that he had missed his timing. And with that, SHIN overwhelms. SHIN, he just overwhelms, takes care of all the stalkers, and there's no defending this 3rd base. And with that, GG gets called. SHIN, he will take the series 2-0. SHIN will be the first to advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a bit of a shaky 8-gate there by Geralt. If you want to see a bit of a cleaner execution, if you remember herO, he went for an 8-gate on this very map against Young Yakov, if you recall, went for that build. Here we saw that Geralt, he went for a very delayed forge, went for an earlier gateway setup instead, then took his gases. Like, it felt a little bit uneven there when it comes to how Geralt was setting up, and unfortunately he was caught out early on by those Lings. He was shut down. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're heading over to the Korean server. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves, let's go. Let us catch up. As you can see here, we have some updates to get into. Un momento. We have updates here. So SHIN, he does advance on to the grand finals, 2-0 over Geralt. Meanwhile, we do have some other updates coming in as well. I believe Creator and Nickracked, they did wrap up their own match. And we still have to get the results here for Creator and Nickracked. I believe they did wrap up. There we go. They did wrap up. herO does take down Young Yakov 2-0. Creator takes out Nickracked 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Shout out to Nickracked. Again, Nickracked, he has some killer TVP, and he can definitely pop off in that matchup as well. Oh, can pop off. It does force Creator to the ace match. So very impressive play there. Oh, by Nickracked. As we are getting ready for the lower semifinals. It is going to be a PvP between herO and... Oh. A PvP between herO and Creator. Let's go. Let us go to determine who will face up against SHIN in the grand finals. As videos are underway. Is the game live? Yes, the game is live. The game is live. If this is ever a replay cast, and is typically posted in the... It is typically in the title. Vitas are done, and we are jumping to game number 1. Okay, game 1 is going to be on Throne of Dunes. We have Throne of Dunes, Old Republic, and a Tourmaline. Oh, let's go. Beautiful. Here we go, so we get into our fresh series, and we're going to be loading into Throne of Dunes for the first time, actually. For the first time. But here we go, we're getting into our fresh series, into the lower semifinals of this month's Sparkling Tuna Cup, the 2025 September finals. Here we go, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Throne of the Dunes, we have the South Korean Protoss player. It is a creator. Go. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, the South Korean Protoss. It is herO. Here we go. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 3. Let's go. Let us go. As they're leading into one of the larger maps in the map pool, but I don't really know if that's going to be too applicable here to a mirror matchup, I'll be honest. As we do go for a very greedy opener here. Oh my god, going for a Nexus first. So Nexus first out of herO into a later gateway. Hyper greed out of our red Protoss, and creator, he has to respond with an all-in. He has to, but he's being chased. The probe is being chased. herO, he's following. Creator back at home going for a 2-gate opener, and creator, he has to make something happen here. Does he throw down the pylon in the face of the probe? He might just, actually. We'll see. Oh no. Yeah, as the probe is being chased down, we have a third probe being sent out. Ay, ay, ay. So it's going to be a delayed proxy and a delayed all-in, but I mean, you have to go for it. Like, there's no other choice here for creator. We got to commit, we got to double down. herO being so annoying chasing that probe. Just as a reminder what happened here, herO went for the greediest build possible. He went Nexus first. He would straight away Nexus first here in a PvP. So creator with a 2-gate opener, he will fall behind. He will stay behind if he gets into a standard macro game. So he has to respond with a proxy, with an all-in. So proxy robo, 1 base all-in at a creator. It is delayed because, of course, he had to send out a third probe. And herO, he comes in, ooh, for the pylon block. He's not fully aware. Goes in for the scouts. He should see that there's only 2 pylons when there should be 3. And we'll see if herO can survive. Can herO survive? Oh, that ricochets in. Gets a probe. Gets 1 probe so far. The proxy's getting up. Immortal production has begun, and herO, he's still not fully aware of what's happening.
Your probes are under attack.
Yeah, he's still not fully aware. Gets the robo, gets the gateway. herO now, now he sees a pylon, now he knows. No shield battery. Yeah, shield battery on the high ground. It's all just a late reaction, a late response out of herO. Can Creator pull this off? Creator a little bit supply blocked. Now moving in. He's got the immortal advantage. Shield's gonna trigger, the boys are being pulled. How about we have reinforcements? We can lock down the army. Here come the force fields. The immortal gets surrounded. Nice pickup. Does surround the immortal. Probes, I mean, they're expendable. Here he can't afford to lose them, and herO so far he's holding. Here he's holding on. So crucial that he shut down that first immortal. His own robo's on the way, but again, it's a late robo for herO. I'll be very impressed if he can hold here. So they drop into the main. No major losses. As time goes on, we're getting more shield batteries. Shitting in. Oh. Likewise drops over the wall. And Creator is dropping in. Prism taking a big volley. Does survive though. So far, nice juggling. Creator, he does preserve the army. Is forcing his way in. Shield barriers are running out of energy. The Stalkers, they get locked down. Nice force field. Yeah, very nice force field. Down to 0 Stalkers. Creator, he's doing it. Oh no! Has to save the immortal, does pull back, does pull away, and Creator, he breaks through. He breaks through, he overwhelms the natural. And he needs that immortal though. Does chase him down. One more volley, takes down the immortal. And that should be game. That should be game. GG gets called. Creator, he does take a lead in the series. Takes game 1. GG. Whew, hi. Very, very intense game 1 here. The herO just being so insanely greedy. And thankfully was punished for it. It was punished for the greed. Animal, papi, animal. So now getting into game 2. Again, unfortunately, herO, it wasn't just that he had gone for a very greedy build. It was also a late scout and a late realization as to what was happening. A late realization that it wasn't all in. Because of that, the shield wires were delayed. Specifically, the robo was delayed, right? Late robo, late immortal production, everything was delayed for herO because he believed that he had done enough to ensure that there was no all-in coming. Remember, he was chasing the probe, he was pylon blocking across the map, he was hoping that Creator would be forced into something different, into a Stargate opener or into a delayed expansion. In the end, the all-in did shut him down. GG. GG, well played, and now we're getting to game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And again, herO this time should be going for a standard opener. Remember, last game, he went Nexus first. Like, what he did was illegal. You have to understand, herO, he went for an illegal move, papi. So he was punished for it. Punished for going for the Nexus first. Never again, papi, never again. Animal. As herO does go for a gateway first this time. Having a much more tame approach as we get into Old Republic. Again, a much larger map in the map pool. Much larger map. 2-gate opener out of Creator. 2-gate opener out of herO. Oh, you have my attention. You have my attention as Creator. He does veer off towards the left-hand side, and he's going here towards the top side. This would be a prime location for a proxy Stargate. A proxy Stargate is not an all-in, by the way. Not an all-in. It's a way to harass. It's a way to deal economic damage early on. a way to cripple the opponent early. Here comes a pylon. And again, it should be too far away for a robo. So we're leading towards Stargate. Technically, this could be like Twilight Council into a hidden dark shrine, but for the most part, we're expecting Stargate. Meanwhile, hero's aware. herO, he goes into the main base and oh, he's doing the same thing. he's doing the same thing. Let's go, let's go. Both players are in position. Show us a Stargate. Stargate for herO and what should be a Stargate for Creator as well. Waiting for the gas, waiting for the minerals. There we go. Stargate versus Stargate. This is going to get a little bit awkward. Now, we'll see if anyone plays safe. Unfortunately, Creator, no probe scout, so Creator does not know that a pylon is missing. Meanwhile, herO, he did probe scout, he's in the main base. herO knows that a pylon is not in the main, that is out on the map. So herO has more information to work with than Creator does. So herO, he can make the educated assumption, or he can try to deduce and try to maybe gamble a little bit here and assume that it is a proxy Stargate and get a safety shield battery in the main base. We'll see, does he get a battery, does he not? Adepts are moving out. They run into each other. Oh. So far, a slightly better trade here for herO. Shades in, does take down one of the Adepts, not bad. Takes down one. Oracle's on the way. No shield battery for either player. Oh, he's getting one! Yeah, herO, he gets one. He gets one shield battery. And again, the reason why he's getting a shield battery is because herO knows that there's a proxy. Meanwhile, Creator doesn't. Creator, he never scouted the main, so he does not know. Creator's expanding, but okay, he's getting a slightly later shield battery. And it's late. Yeah, the battery is late. Oracle goes in. Probes are going to be going down. Getting 1, 2, 3, 4 probe kills. And this is brutal damage. 7 workers, 8 probes, 9 probes. Oh my god. 9 probes go down at the same time across the map. Shield battery, right? The shield battery is up, so 0 damage. I say 0 damage, 3 probes. 3 probes going down, much less, of course, than his opponent. But the battery runs out of energy. Where are the stalkers? Across the map. We have no stalkers at home. We've been warping in more Adepts instead, going for the proxy. herO, he's an animal, man. He's an animal. As a result, herO's economy is still hurting, and he's going to lose more probes, by the way. He's going to lose more workers. That's a lot of probes going down. herO, he chose not to be defensive with stalkers. He chose to move out with Adepts, but he cannot break through that wall. He cannot break through. He loses one Adept already. Oracles, they get into the main. Both players with a very, very low economy here. Creator, he chases down the Adept, chases down the Stalker. Oh no, the Oracle! Oh, the Oracle goes down. Ah, that was not worth it. Not worth it for Creator. We're getting very messy. We're getting very messy here. Creator down to 12 probes, but on 2 bases. herO down to 17 probes on 1 base. What else do we have to work with? Creator slightly ahead in Stalkers. herO, he has both Oracles alive. Creator, he lost his Oracles across the map and back at home. So herO, he has potential with these stasis traps or with the pulsar beams. herO, he has potential. Oh, the wall is up. Has to be broken. That does shade in, and herO's going for the dive. Gets one Stalker so far. He trades, gets a second Stalker, and I believe herO, does he have enough? It's still quite close. Yeah, herO with the reinforcements, he barely does have enough. Takes down all the Stalkers. GG gets called. herO overwhelms, and herO ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG, a very chaotic game, very messy, might be very messy. Proxy Stargate versus Proxy Stargate. herO was able to deal crippling damage, more so than its opponents. Oh. More so than his opponents, and with that he was able to get that economic lead, able to snowball out of control. And with that, we're going all the way to game 3. One moment. We're getting into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Tourmaline. And we'll see who will claim the series. It all ends here. It all ends here as we're getting into that ace match. Whew, hi. Okay. How do we get into this time? How do we open up? Now, this is going to be a smaller map compared to Old Republic, so there are less proxy locations. If we do proxy, it's going to be a little bit easier to scout. But what I was trying to get into, I think it was either game 1 or game 2, but the game progressed, we had to kind of move on from that talking point, was I wanted to mention that specifically on a new map pool, proxies are favored, proxies are stronger. The reasoning for this is because you have less experience on these maps. You don't necessarily know the best proxy locations, right? You don't know the best locations, you don't know where to check first, where to check last, so that will be an advantage if you do try to hide some tech across the map, is that on a new map, it'll be harder to figure out where exactly are the more common locations. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the South Korean Protoss. We have the red Protoss. Representing T1, tying up the series 1-1. We're getting into the ace match. It is a herO. And in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss. It is a creator. Go. The Tuna. It's so big on this map. Jesus. Oh my god, where's the other one? It would be here, right? Am I blind? So I'm gonna do a quick sweep. So far, 2 gate open, 2 gate opener out of creator, 2 gate opener out of herO. There it is. So big, man. So big. The Tuna. The dong one. It's beautiful. Players are opening up. So far, mirrored builds. This time we have the second pylon in the main base for creator, and we have the second pylon in the main base for herO. So this time, no proxy, no shenanigans. No shenanigans. Which means we might actually expand. So far, game 1, creator, he 1 base all in herO. Game 2, herO 1 base all in creator. So far the 1 base all ins have been on top. They've been coming out on top for both players. Coming into the ace match, we're expanding. We are expanding. And we're getting into a longer game. Pylon block, Stalker Sentry Opener out of creator, herO going Sentry Adept. herO does have the slightly faster expansion. With the help of the Adept, he can harass across the map, he can move out. Meanwhile, creator is going to be more reliant on his own sentries, on his own hallucinations. Ooh, Robo Opener out of herO, interesting. Going for the Robo, going into early Immortal production, can go for War Prism Harass as well. But this does mean that creator will have map control. Creator is going for Blink, which does give him map control as he has a more versatile, more mobile army. Meanwhile, herO going into Immortals will have a more robust army and a head-on fight, but it's going to be less mobile, it's going to be a little bit slower. It does mean a much different approach here, much more defensive style out of herO. So different approaches to the game. Going War Prism first. With this, he can go for the Sentry drop. Typically, it's with 4 sentries. We do have 3 currently. Yeah, there it is. There's that 4th sentry. So this has risen in popularity. I want to say we first saw this a couple of seasons ago in GSL. But what this is a quad sentry drop to do what? To force field the mineral line. You go into the mineral line, you force field, you lock the probes in, and sentries, because they do bonus damage to shield units now in the second last patch, or the last patch that we did have at the beginning of the year, they actually do a lot of probe damage. That is why this this drop has risen in popularity in recent months this year after that patch, after the buff to the sentry. As the sentry was buffed not too long ago. Drop is coming in. And does try to force field. Locks down one sentry. Gets one. Can he get many probes? He gets one, 2 probe kills, and should pull away, should get out. So again, does pull off the sentry drop. No major damage. But again, this became viable after the buff to the sentry. herO pulls away. And both players expand. Let's go. We have seen this just do crippling damage and get a full mineral line before, or at least half a mineral line. But here, Creator expands, so does herO. We are building up. Oh. So is able to blink into the mineral line. Do blink in. It's gonna be a one-way trip. Oh, okay, they do barely get away. Most of them do. 2 Stalkers go down. Better pickoffs out of herO. And we spoke about this, right? herO in a head-on fight has the better army. Why? The Immortals. He has 3 Immortals already. Getting a 3rd Immortal. Behind this, he's skipping Blink, going straight into charge. It's Creator who has to be a little bit more flexible and find some more damage. Get across the map. Blink past the army. Get into the main. Getting to the mineral line. The pressure's on Creator. Speaking of, he doesn't get much done. Does trigger the shields. Creator is poking in. Ideally, he wants the Warpism. Speaking of, Prism gets spotted. Creator, he rotates. Does rotate around. Heads towards the 3rd. Oh. And Creator, he's being punished. We're seeing the move at herO now. We have more gateways on the way. We have charge almost done. herO, he can soon push. And it's going to be a terrifying push as well. With 4 Immortals. Like, this is a beefy army. It's gonna hit like a truck. And back at home, what do we have to defend? So far, 1 Immortal, a handful of Stalkers. The goal would be for Creator to slow down the push as it moves out across the map. To backstab even as well, to delay the push. And the pressure is still on Creator. Breaks in. Does lose a Stalker. Not quite worth it. Runs into the Immortals. Prism into the main. Stalker's looking for a way in. And I'm a little bit surprised that herO had yet to push, but now he's going for it. Oh. As the warp in does continue, going for another warp in. Probe's going to be going down. herO, he's racing back into the main, racing back home. He's also trading well. The Immortals, they stay behind to defend. And so far, nice damage. D-powers everything, actually. Oh my god. the Artosis pylon went down. Pylon did full. Delays +1. Prism gets away. Still 10 probe kills. And Creator, he's getting his 4th. He's getting a 4th base. Embracing a greater economy. Meanwhile, herO, I assumed that he was going to be pushing, but no, he's actually taking up into what? Into Disruptors. Disruptors on the way. Prism does barely get out of vision. Barely gets out of range. Here is building up those Disruptors. And once again, like herO, if the armies do clash head on, herO does have more potential with his army. But he has yet to move out. herO pushes to the center as he moves out. We do see Creator moving in. Oh, he attempts to. Does catch the Observer. herO responds. herO responds to the army. Creator potentially can come in from behind. How are we pulling this off? Diving on the Immortals. Force fields, they get broken by the Archon. Force fields are broken. herO's pushing in. He's got the Disruptors. Shells Nova. Nova goes up. Ooh, a bit of friendly fire. Nova's lackluster. Creator, he rotates. Still not too confident in Creator pushing into this kind of army, to be honest, but he's going for it. That's a lot of Zealots. It's a lot of chargeless. Takes down the first Disruptor. One Disruptor goes down. Nova's going up. Ooh, they do graze the army. And Creator, he wants his Immortals. So far, he's gotten one. Oh, barely gets another. Immortal gets silenced, but Creator taking a lot of losses in the process. Taking a lot of hits. Here comes another Nova. Massive connection on the Zealots. And the connections are brutal. And here he's chasing. Yeah, at this point, he can just chase him down. Here he still has more Novas. Ooh, catching out 3 Archon. God. 3 Archons go down. Zealots as well. These Purification Novas have been brutal, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. As Creator's getting a little bit desperate, he's going for a backstab. He's trying to buy some time. That does get a Disruptor, not bad. One Disruptor goes down. We can see herO coming in with the interception. Oh. Yeah, there's the recall. And herO should finally push. Yeah, finally can move out. The army recalled back home. Now there's nothing to delay, nothing to distract. herO can commit. He's up to 4 Disruptors. Does trigger some of those shields. And herO's maxed. Here he's maxed out. Unfortunately, the quality of the army just is not there for Creator. It's very Zealot heavy. Very Zealot heavy. It's a very cheap army for Creator. Nova's going to be going up. Nova's a zone away. Zealots are going down. And he just takes down the expansion. Once again, the Novas, they pop off. Ooh, they shut down the Stalkers. Stalkers go down. And herO just snowballing out of control. Snowballing out of control, diving on the main army. Creator has to get the hell out of here. Oof. Novas are connecting. And again, Creator did well making it all the way to the ace match, but here he's just being outscaled by the Disruptors, the Mass Immortal, the Mass Archon. We spoke earlier how Creator, the pressure was on him to find some damage elsewhere to get into mineral lines. He had a lot of potential with the Zealot drop. The Zealot drop, the Zealot Warpin was good, but that's all he had. That's all he had. Needed more. And in the end, herO, he has done it. Takes down the 4th. Wedges himself in between the 3rd and natural. And he can just pick and choose. He can go wherever he wants. Yeah, peels off those Zealots, gets into the mineral line, gets into the natural base. And Creator cannot move in. Cannot move in. Not like this, man. You're coming in from behind, catching out the Immortal, catching out the Archon. Nice pickups. Novas, they can just zone away. from here. That's going to be 18 probe kills at the natural. Ay, ay, ay. Ah, and this is the final units, the final army. Takes down the Archon, takes down the Stalker. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played, congratulations, herO, he will claim the series, he will advance on. A shout to Creator again, did force the ace match. Unfortunately, here in the ace match in game 3, we did see the Creator, there's a lot of pressure on his Stalkers, on his more mobile gateway army to find some damage, and as you mentioned, like, he had a lot of potential, and he did do a lot with his Zealot drop and his Zealot orbit into the main base. That was really the only time where he was able to deal any damage. After that, the Stalkers, they had a really hard time poking into the bases, and herO was able to build up and outscale, getting into disruptors, getting into those purification overs. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we have our grand finals here. It's going to be a best of five finals between herO and SHIN. Let's go. Let us go. We have our grand finals here. It is going to be that best of 5. Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway here. Oh, so players are getting ready. And are there any maps so far that we haven't seen? Let's have a look here. Let's see. So when it comes to the maps, we have seen Mothership, we've seen Old Republic, 10,000 feet. We didn't get to see Celestial Enclave, but it was played in game 1 of Geralt versus ByuN. Personally, I would love to see it myself. I would love to see it myself. Gibbs. Would love to see it. We saw plenty of games on Magnetic North. We saw Mothership, Old Republic. We saw Ruby Rock that one time. Satellite Years, Throne of Dunes, and Tourmaline. Yeah, we've seen all of them. There you go. we have seen every map so far. Beautiful. If it is on the way. I would love to see Celestial Enclave ourselves, just because it did happen off our stream at least. So I would love to see a game on Celestial Enclave. But outside of that, I'm really happy to see that we have featured every map in the map pool. Let's go. Let us go. Every map at least once. At least once. I appreciate that there's no map that has been strictly avoided or anything like that. True. We've seen a little bit of everything. As we are just setting up. Felt like this early Blink didn't get anything done. Yes, as we mentioned, like the pressure was on Creator to make something happen with those Blink Stalkers, and unfortunately did fail to really get much value. Immortal Superbad versus Mass Zealot, who they kill 10 Stalkers. As you saw, like, Immortals actually play a big role in this matchup, if you're maybe unaware. When it comes to PvP, when it comes to Stalker compositions, when it comes to Protoss for compositions, as you saw out of Creator, you go Stalker into Mass Zealot Archon into Immortal production. Immortals, they played a big role when it comes to dealing damage to Stalkers and Archons specifically. You need Archons to counter the Zealots of your opponent. So Immortals, they have their place, specifically against Stalkers and Archons. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have herO and SHIN. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Up. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, do apologize for. I hope you enjoyed that lovely break as we return with the grand finals, as grand finales here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the 2025 September finals. We have a best of 5 PvZ ready for you between herO and SHIN. Vetoes are done, and we are jumping on into our games. I do see in the chat someone asking about the veto process, or about how they kind of approach this. I mean, it's a case-by-case basis. I'm sure there are some players that they only quickly look it up on Wikipedia. They quickly skim over what the map looks like via the mini-map. I'm sure a lot of players don't actually know too in depth, but someone like SHIN, for example, does know them in depth, right? It's like SHIN, he has been going into detail when it comes to map analysis, when it comes to patch analysis as well. SHIN, he makes a lot of videos, he makes a lot of content. So personally, I would say that SHIN is probably best when it comes to adapting at a new patch and adapting a new map pool as well, just because he does his own like independent like research on that sort of stuff. Whereas other players, they just play in tournaments. They don't necessarily go out of their way to go into the PTR, to play in the PTR, or to actually go into maps and look into them a little bit more in depth. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our grand finals, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Throne of the Dunes, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss player himself for Team T1. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. In a straight up best of 5, I would favor herO, but specifically on the new maps, I lean towards SHIN. So it's going to be a close one. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for a game 5. We'll see if we can go the distance. Let's go. Let us go. So chat, CJ versus SKT, Coach Park rolling over in his brave cab. I mean, these are two ex-CJ players, and they're really good friends. For those that are unaware, for those that maybe don't follow our players, for those that maybe don't follow our players, I think he's saying I'm going to 12 pool. On social media, SHIN, herO, Bunny as well, and another one is slipping in my mind, but SHIN, herO, and Bunny, they do actually meet up outside of the game. They meet up, they hang out, they get some KBBQ every now and then, they post on social media, they're good friends, as they're all ex-CJ boys. Always really fun to see. I mean, a lot of the Korean players like are good friends outside of the game, like ByuN, SHIN, herO, Creator, like they're all good friends as well. As he's looking for the pillar. Oh no! The Overlord. The Overlord goes down. There's no safe place here, Pappy. I think over here is a safe pillar, question mark. I'm not entirely certain though. So herO, he opens up with a Stalker. Opens up with a high ground as well. Crazy opener out of herO with a high ground gateway. That's things they poke in. Oh, we have an early forge? Wait, what is happening? What are we seeing right now? Early forge into insanely fast +1. This should be a 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in at a herO. During that extra gateways, checking SHIN's vision. He did see the forge. He saw the Twilight Council as well. He knows. He's seen enough. As the Ling does get away. SHIN getting to his third base. We have a swarm of Lings popping out. And again, herO is getting up to, I believe, up to 5 gates. For now, he's getting up to 4, but we should be seeing a 5th gateway soon. No expansion. A very chaotic style here out of herO, and SHIN's all in. Yeah, SHIN, here responds with Mass Ling. Now remember, this response is because he saw that herO was going for an all-in himself. The problem is that this is going to hit later, but here he has no shield battery. Yeah, no battery, no Stargate, no Oracle to defend, which means these Stalkers, they're vulnerable. Lings, they can pop off, they can move in. Not the best surface area. Yeah, Pro moves in, loving the cool, calm, collected defense here from herO. He does fully wall off behind the Stalker will go down. Now he does get on top of the gateway. No warp gate? No warp. Warp gate was delayed. Delayed warp gate. Oh no. He can't warp in. This was a crazy build. Delayed warp gate in favor of +1. He's crazy. These gateways should go down. If these gateways go down, there's one gateway in the main base to actually be able to produce steady units. Again, there's no warp ins. There's no warp gate. No shot, baby. No shot. And the Link Flood should break through. Yeah, it takes care of all 3 gateways at the wall. Cannons are finishing up. Cannon gets depowered. Links are flooding in. Oh, the walls on the wall. Yeah, the walls on the wall. Links, they do flood into the natural base. They get a full surround with the cannon as well. Stalker goes down. Boys are being pulled. And it looks like herO is barely going to hold. Yeah, herO, he barely holds on. And why is he holding? SHIN is running. SHIN behind this, he's running up. He's running, he's saturating, his lair is on the way. SHIN is building up into a longer game, but a very chaotic start for herO. Again, herO, he delayed Warp Gate for +1 and Blink. Crazy. And now he's got a really fast +2 timing, I suppose. I guess, sure. He has fast +2, but he can't do anything with it. Like, there's no gates. Remember, this is meant to be a 2-base all-in, but he has no warp gates to warp in. Ah, no. Not like this. So again, a very shaky game here out of herO. Very shaky. herO, he left his mind in France, baby. He left it at oh no. He left it in Paris. Not like this. For those that are curious, herO, he did arrive in South Korea like 1 hour before the tournament, like 1 or 2 hours before the cast. Did arrive in South Korea from France. Oh no, what did he leave behind? Crazy, baby, crazy. As here comes the follow-up. So SHIN, he's on a 3-base economy. I should say he's on a 2.5 base. So 2.5 base economy, he's moving out with Link Ravager. He's moving out, he's pushing, and it's going to be a tough hold here for herO. It is going to be a tough hold. Oh. Wilds ready to break through this. Oh, very nice force fields. Oh, but the Wilds, yeah, the Wilds do connect, sentries go down, and SHIN, he should overwhelm. He should have enough, he should overwhelm. The 3rd base will fall. Wilds, they take down the site defense. Yeah, takes down the site defense. A bit of friendly fire with the Wilds, but overall, he should break the 3rd. And then go into the natural. There's a recall. Ooh, losing 2 Stalkers in the process. Yo, but he's got +2 though. Cobia, baby, Cobia. He has +2. He'll be fine, baby. He'll be fine. As the base will fall, that's going to be 13 probe kills. I mean, there are cannons and shield batteries here at the natural, so you can defend on 2 bases at least. And now SHIN can drone. Now SHIN drones up. Now he drones up to 3-base saturation. Now you can get a 4th base, and again, get further ahead. Oh my god. SHIN does rotate. As herO is desperately trying to expand, but he shouldn't be able to. There shouldn't be an expansion back. Die. Oh. Once again, does force a cancel. Nice expansion. Takes down the cannons. Oh my god, where did the... what just flew... What flew by? Oh. Hopefully everything's okay. As there was a bit of a frame spike there, or a frame drop. Colossus has arrived. And with the help of the Colossus here, can maybe try to hold on here on 2 bases, but he should never really expand. Like, he should never be able to expand and get a 3rd. It should never happen. Miles A zone herO away. Behind this, SHIN is on the 3-base economy, now getting a 4th base, maxing out on Link Bane Roach Ravager. If he wanted to, he could take him into a Hydroden, into a Hive, into Lurkers. But SHIN wants to go for the kill. Wants to go for the kill instead. Craft ran away when it saw the files. Ah, no. But yes, this aesthetic is very. If you remember from our map analysis the other day, it's very Diablo 2. It's very the sand dunes, the city in the background. Ah, let's go. Baiting speed just now finishing up, and SHIN's going for it. Mirror does try to collapse in. Oh, does attempt to. Again, pushing into 3 Colossus, not going to be easy. Force Fields, they zone away the army. Very nice control out of herO. Again, he's controlling well. Kites well against the Bailings. Well, 1 Colossus finally goes down. Gets one. Gets 1 Colossus. Once again, the expansion will fall. And even if herO defends the Nashua, it still doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter, man. Yeah. The third base crumbles. Diving on the Immortal. On the laser strike. herO, he kites well. Again, he's holding on 2 bases, but only on 2 bases. And SHIN just has to keep doing more of the same, to be honest. He could take up into like Hive, into Vipers to make it easier. But he's just gonna brute force it. And GG gets called. The writing has been on the wall, and SHIN, he will take a 1-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SHIN, he'll take a 1-0 lead here in the series. But again, what the hell was herO doing? Remember, herO, he went for +1 and Blink before Warp Gate. It was crazy. It was insane. Like, I don't want to gloss over that. herO went for a wild build at the start of the game, and thankfully he was punished for it. Remember, he delayed Warp Gate, he went into Fast +1, went into Blink, he got his wall off on the high ground instead. It was an insane start to the game, and herO got punished. He got punished. In the end, he got shut down. I don't know what the hell was happening. I'm sure even SHIN was like, what is going on right now? I didn't even know. GG. And now we're jumping into game 2. We go from one of the larger maps into one of the more smaller maps, into one of the shorter maps. We're going to be loading into 10,000 feet. One of the rush maps in the map. Let's go. Never seen this map before. I mean, for good reason, I suppose. If you maybe didn't tune into our recap stream going over all of the new TLMC maps, you may not be familiar, but the map pool for this tournament is purely Team Liquid map contest number 21 maps, which will soon be open for voting. Again, this is the I believe the first tournament that's going to be featuring these maps. Wardy will be hosting a TLMC tournament, I think next week. But I think so far we're the first to feature these maps in a tournament setting, which is nice. We got there first. This morning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Let's go! And SHIN, he goes for the proxy hatch right outside of the natural. Now, one of the big features of this map, one, the rush distance by ground is very short, so this is known for being a rush map. There is a quote-unquote pocket base here on the right-hand side that's sealed off by these mineral walls and also sealed off by these tumors as well. But SHIN, he does rush into that hatchery. We do see the probe scout out of herO. He does scout, he does confirm. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. Yeah, there's a question mark. He knows. Yeah, he does throw down the question mark. He's like, something's wrong. Something's going on. Where's the hatchery? Where is it? He's looking. He checks. Yeah, he does check. He does confirm. He does spot the hatchery. He's aware. And we'll see how he responds. As we have a gate expand out of herO. Does have the gate expand. herO, he should be setting up here. Yep, there we go. He's getting ready for the wall off. Boys are being pulled. The boys are being pulled. They're starting to mine through the wall. Uh-oh. They have 5 minerals each, so very quickly you can mine through. Oh, but he does actually mess up a little bit here. But he's working on that wall. The wall is opening up very quickly. He could have tried to prioritize mining through the wall initially, but so far he's mining every single patch. Zealot has arrived. There's still 2 layers left. Yeah, 2 layers remaining. Forge is on the way. That's going to be for cannons. The Zealot trades well. Zealot does trade well. Lings are out, so we need to mine. Oh no! And now he can't. Yeah, now he can no longer mine. Adept has arrived. SHIN, he could have opened this up. And here is holding. Here he's holding. He does fully wall up. It's going to take a lot of drones now to actually break through this wall. Going for the spine rush. Lings, they're poking towards the left-hand side. Adept has arrived. Drones, they do try to squeeze through. They get 1 patch. Oh no, Warp Gate! Not again! Warp Gate is going to be denied. The Cyber Core is exposed and Warp Gate does fall. Okay, so he cannot warp in. Cannot warp in units. Up! Barely mines through the patch. The wall is open. The wall is open. The queen is so low. So close to going down. 1 more volley. The queen does fall. Yeah, late movement there from SHIN. Spine Crawler moving in. A little bit too far back. As there's 3 cannons on the way. He's up. It's so close. Clutch force field. Oh, that spine needs to move in, Pappy. Oh my god. That's the second repositioning here. No DPS. Yeah, the cannon does complete. There we go. Now the spine crawler within range. But it was so late. Queen does back off in time. Cannons are finishing. Oh, the queen does go down. Brutal pick up. And here's hold. Yeah, here holds. Here he does hold on. Lings, they do not get in. And SHIN is running out of steam, running out of momentum. There was potential with this build. There was potential if he had mined through the minerals a little bit more efficiently, if he had gone through 2 and 2 patches instead of all 4 at the same time. There's a world where he could have broken through sooner, a little bit faster. But I mean, hey, we're learning the maps, right? Like we're getting more used to them. It's a learning process. But the fact that these are 5 minerals each is brutal. But GG gets called, and herO, he does tie the series up 1-1. Ooh, GG, well played. But the fact that again they're 1 patch each, sorry, 5 minerals each, so 1 rotation, just 1 rotation of drones. It's actually very thin. Doesn't take long at all to get through. Crazy, baby, crazy. But GG, well played. As SHIN, he was unable to break through in time. And now we're getting to game number 3. Let's go. We're getting into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Ruby Rock. 4 as a 5, yeah. But that might be a concern considering how quickly you can mine through that wall. Obviously we didn't see it here, but that's also because SHIN wasn't prioritizing breaking through the wall. Instead, he was like, I wouldn't say on a move, but he was on a little bit autopilot when it came to the worker mining. So he was mining through a full layer at a time instead of like fixating on trying to break through that wall as quickly as possible. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 3, and we'll see who takes the lead in the series as we are loading into Ruby Rock for the 2nd time in tonight's broadcast. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss, the blue Protoss player himself, the South Korean Protoss. It is herO for T1. I've had a map in an earlier TLMC where I had 2 rows of 20 and the Zergs still playing that they couldn't mine through to take the third base in time. I mean, that makes sense. 2 rows of 20 is crazy. Oh my god. But I mean, we'll see. Like, in my mind, I do think that that might be a problem, but maybe not. Like, maybe not. Maybe there is enough time to set up and to wall off. Regardless, here we go. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like, it is meant to be a rush map. Like, I think it's too soon to say it's an issue. Obviously, we should like find out momentarily over the next couple of weeks whether or not the minerals there should be bolstered. Even if it's like, say, like one of the line of patches closer to the main base is maybe even just like 10 instead of 5 or something like that. Not even all of them. There's ways to adjust it, right? I think it's too soon to confirm. For now, hatch gas full, standard open out of SHIN. Meanwhile, herO across the map going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Oh. Yeah, all good. Meanwhile, shout out to Killer Smile in chat. Of course, is one of the big map makers. Is one of the map makers who does have some finalists in the TLMC21. Infamously, the map maker of Killer Smile. It's clearly very creative when it comes to making naming maps. Clearly, very creative. SMH my head. I'm shaking it. It's one of the map makers. So now we do have herO going for a standard open himself, going for the Stargates. So after a very chaotic game 1 and game 2, for the first time, we have standard openers. Like, the first 2 games were crazy, with herO delaying Warp Gate, and game 2, of course, with SHIN going for the Hatchery Rush. Meanwhile, herO does shade into the main base, picks up those things, not bad. Does catch a couple of Zerglings. Oh. Once again, no major economic damage, but does pick off every single Zergling. That's what, 6? Yeah, 6. 6 Lings do go down. Nice mining. Not bad. And here comes the Oracle. The Oracle into the natural, shades into the mineral land as well. 3 more drone kills. A nice start for herO. Nothing game ending, but a nice start nonetheless. As herO does expand. Now, if you recall, we did feature... Oh god! Jesus, the Oracle barely gets away on 1 HP. The 1 HP Oracle gets away. Now, if you remember, we did feature this map earlier between Nightmare and SHIN. Now, the rush distance by ground is quite short. Ooh, the rush distance is quite short. Creep can spread very quickly across the map. And specifically, Nightmare had a very hard time defending this expansion. The reasoning for this, you have a very wide entrance here on the right-hand side. And, of course, you have the entrance here towards the left as well. And you have 2 ramps. Now, these ramps are actually quite defendable. We saw that SHIN had a very hard time pushing up either ramp. It was punished quite hard, but when it comes to the main attack paths, they are a little bit more open, and we saw Nightmare struggle to defend. We'll see if SHIN can likewise have success here. For now is going into +1 melee. Ooh, never mind. Looks like a standard setup, not an all-in. At least not on 2 bases. So SHIN is droning, SHIN is saturating. Ooh, losing another drone, losing 2 more drones. 2 more drones going down. But the goal here with plus 1 melee should be to build up into Ling Hydra. I'm a little bit surprised to see a second Evo chamber. That is often not seen. Okay, interesting. Does go for the second chamber. Does take the 4th base towards the left-hand side. And we are getting double upgrades here. So typically this is not seen. Just because you typically want to go for one or the other, investing into both upgrades here, it's quite intensive gas-wise. Interesting. But again, is working towards Ling Hydra. Oh! Gee, is that two? One Oracle's on 1 HP, the other's on 4 HP. Oh my god. herO. Gets away with the Oracles. The aggression is shut down. So far, nice defense. As the Hydrogen is now on the way. Building up into Ling Hydra. Now we're expecting SHIN to cut worker production at 3 base saturation. We'll see if that's the case. We'll see if he drones up his 4th. As typically SHIN only gets his 4th base just for larva. And this should be the beginning of a 3 base all-in. We'll see. For now, droning up to 65. herO does push forward. Lings, they do respond. Collapsing in the army. Nice, very nice force fields. Oh my god. herO, he denies this around. Nice control. herO's pushing in. Stasis trap gets baited. Nice control. Force fields are running out, so we come in for this around. Ooh, yeah, brittle stasis towards the end. But a decent engage out of SHIN. Engage. Queen is falling. We're losing too many Lings. Yeah, too many Lings are going down, and here he's snowballing out of control. He breaks through the front lines, dives on top of the Queens. Hydras are exposed, and herO, he will break the defenses here. Lings are popping out just in time, though. Okay. The Lings are coming. The Hydras are holding. Oh, not the cleanest defense. Likewise, not the cleanest aggression. herO, he has to pull away. Warping in more gateways. herO, he's getting up to an 8-gate setup. Sorry, he's getting up to 11 gateways. 3 base all in out of herO. I was expecting SHIN to all in, but herO doing the same. No gases, no storm, no splash damage, purely Stalker. Just pure mass blink Stalker out of herO. Either he kills SHIN or he dies trying. Ooh, nice start stepping though with the Hydras. Does start step well. Takes care of a lot of those Stalkers. We have slow warp in, slow reinforcements, and that is so many Stalkers going down. And SHIN is holding. SHIN is holding, forcing this back. And we do have faster warp ins. herO, can he get on top of the Hydras? Not quite. There's just too many Lings. Yeah, Ling reinforcements, they arrive just in time. SHIN, he has the high ground. herO, he has to break through. Does have charge. Charge is done. Gets a Hydra. SHIN going for a counterattack. Uh-oh. The Hydras are exposed. Hydras are vulnerable. Chargers are getting in. Zealots are getting on top of the Hydras. There's a lot of Hydras going down. More Zealots have arrived. And Hydras are melting. Yeah, they just get overwhelmed. There's not enough Ling support. The Zealots are hit just in time. Lings, they get into the mineral line, but the main army crumbles and every Hydra goes down. Again, Hydras, they struggle without support. They need Lings. And without them, they just crumple. Like they're made out of paper. And that was an expensive loss. SHIN losing all those Hydras. That was brutal. That was 20 Hydras going down. 22 Hydras even. And that's probably game. That's probably game then and there. To lose that Hydra army was not worth it. Sure, SHIN, he got some probe kills across the map. That's nice, but it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Plenty of charge lots. Ooh, nice force fields looking down the Hydras. They cannot kite away. The Zealots, they just mow through all the Hydras. Force Field's not working against herO, but there we go. Does get in, does focus on the Hydras. Ooh. Final two do go down. I say that hero's bleeding out a lot of Stalkers, though. Bleeding out a lot of Stalkers towards the end. The boys, they buffer for the Hydras. They're helping. The boys are helping, Pat. They're doing what they can, but Jesus. Yeah, the charge will say overwhelm. And with that, the Hydras once again, they melt. As we mentioned before, like Hydras, they need that support. On their own, they do nothing against this kind of army. As with that, the base will fall. And herO has done it. herO, he has done it. SHIN, he was initially holding quite well. I was very impressed when he was able to save his base, get on top of the Stalkers, until he went for the Ling counterattack. The problem with the counterattack was that he had no Lings to defend back at home. And with that, he breaks through. GG. GG gets called, and herO, he overwhelms. herO, he will take a lead in the series, 2-1. GG. GG, well played. herO does take a lead. Again, SHIN, initially, his defense was quite impressive, but as we did mention, did go for the Ling run by, did go for the Ling counterattack, which meant he had no support for his Hydras. His Hydras were exposed, and with that, we saw that herO took advantage of those exposed Hydras. GG. GG, well played. herO takes the 2-1 lead, and the pressure is now on SHIN. Can he bounce back? Can he force the ace smash? Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Tourmaline. And again, very intense game 3 there between the two players, with both players attempting to all in each other on 3 bases. We saw that herO did strike first. And again, I was impressed initially by SHIN being able to collapse on those Stalkers when he did. But when charge kicked in, and with the lack of support with Lings, with Banelings, with Roaches, the Hydras were on their own. And we saw how quickly they went down with that GG. With that GG, well played. Again, that was 22 Hydras falling in that fight. Game-ending damage. And now we're getting into game number 4. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg down in the series. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. The pressure is on for Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. We go. So we are opening up, and welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline, one of the more kind of, so I want to say standard maps, or one of the more like kind of middling maps in the map pool. Not really known for aggression, not really known for macro play as much either. A little bit more middle of the road. I say that I still feel like all-ins can be favored on this map just because of that direct rush distance across the map as well, as there's nothing to really slow down a push. But I feel like that's less applicable in this matchup, more so like for Terran players, for example, for TVZ and TVP. For now, hatch gas pull, standard open out of SHIN. herO once again setting up on the high ground. We saw this in game 1, if you remember. We saw this on Throne of Dunes. And it's crazy. So for those that are curious, it is standard in PvZ to wall up on the low ground. Why? So you can wall up and you can defend your natural. With the SimCity being on the high ground, it means that your natural base is a lot more exposed. On top of that, yeah, we'll see how we settle in. I guess the upside is that you're able to preserve your cyber core, I guess. But it's crazy. like big. Okay, thinking big brain here. Thinking a little bit more further down the line. If this leads into a standard opener into a Stargate, and if we open up Void Ray, then technically you can actually hide a +1 air attack. Which, if you are familiar with PvZ, one of the ways to scout something like a Skytoss Rush is to check the wall and to check the cyber core to see if there's an upgrade being built. Oh, so that is one of the ways. But we have the Stargate as part of the wall anyway. So I mean, you would see if there was anything being built regardless. Okay, so never mind. That's nullified because of the position of the Stargate. Of course, this also means that the tech is revealed. The tech is also exposed as well, and now you can actually see what comes out. You can see the Void Ray, the Oracle, what is chosen, without the need of an Overlord Scout. Well, here it does shade in, forced to recall. SHIN taking the triangular third. Skytoss Rush doesn't go fast +1 air. Going into Tempest Rush would not, but going into Skytoss would, if you're unfamiliar. But you're correct in saying that if you're going for like a Tempest Rush, for example, like that would not constitute +1 air. So now herO does poke in. I would have the fast Eva Chamber out of SHIN going to +1 melee. Doesn't make any sense. We can show you some games. Oh, that's right, true. Exclamation mark YouTube. Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. If you don't watch much StarCraft, check out our YouTube channel. There's plenty of StarCraft you can watch. True, true. As the devs do make their way into the mineral line, Lings are not quite in position. We have 14 Lings in production. Drone's going to be going down. SHIN getting caught out. Yeah, SHIN is getting caught out here. There's no Lings to defend. 20 Lings still on the way. Oh no. Still on the way, Pappy. And this is getting out of hand. Bearing in mind that behind this, here is expanding. Here he's expanding, he's taking out of this. 13 drones falling. Getting up to 15. Getting up to 16 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. And behind this here, he's fine. He has 3 oracles to defend. These Lings, they can do nothing. They can do nothing here. The oracles are fine. We have more adepts as well, just to maintain the third. And SHIN, he's in a brutal position. Down in workers, and the Lings, they shouldn't really achieve much here. Goes 8+ in between the bases, getting 1, 2, 3 queens. Yeah, queen got me getting reset. Lings, they're doing what they can, but it's just a really brutal position here for SHIN. Ah, no. Shield batteries are done. The oracles, they can just race back home. The oracles can race back. Behind this, the tech was delayed for herO in favor of all these depth weapons. So getting into blink, getting into charge, this is going to be delayed. True. But SHIN's economy is still crippled. And we're still moving out with more adepts. Oh. Gets into the mineral line. 4, 5, 6 drone kills. Six drones do go down. we're still building up to 4 oracles. We can still dive into mineral lines. Thankfully, there are 3 queens here at the third base, so the third base is going to be much more secure. But we can try to bust into the main. Looking for a way in. Things are being forced back. And Shin's going for an ult. I mean, he has to. He's going for a German taxi. We have Overload speed on the way, plus on range. It's all or nothing here for Shin. He's lost too many workers. He's got to go. Got to send it. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing for Shin. Back. Let's go. Queens are walking in. Shield barriers are still finishing up. The Wiles don't quite connect. So far, here he's holding. So far, he is holding on. Nice target firing here on the Ravagers. Losing 1, 2, 3. Oh, losing up to 4. Clutch transfuse. But here he gets away. It does pull back, does pull away. Lings are getting annihilated by the Oracles. 1 Oracle goes down. Oh, does catch the Immortal. The Immortal does fall. But Shinny's running out of steam. Yeah, running out of momentum. Once again, nice target firing at a hero. Does focus down 2 more of those Ravagers. Does focus 2 more. Oh. Once again, trying to dive in. Pushing into the bases, no major economic damage, and the longer this goes on, the better it is for herO. herO just outscaling. Down to 1 Ravager. There's almost nothing left here for Shin. And again, he was forced into an all-in. He was just forced into it. He lost so much across the map. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and herO, he will survive. He will defend. He will take the series 3-1, becoming our very first monthly champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played herO. He does claim the series, does claim it 3-1. Did have an intense back and forth and some very chaotic games as well. We had, of course, the hatch rush out of Shin, as we saw previously on 10,000 feet. We did see herO being more aggressive in the first game, and even here as well, having a more quirkier style. As a reminder, herO, he went for a 3rd gateway. He did delay his Twilight Council in favor of extra adepts, and he caught Shin with his pants down. Shin, he skipped link production. He skipped link production. He thought he was safe to do so. In the end, he was punished. In the end, we saw that the vanilla adepts of herO did crippling damage. There were vanilla adepts, no glaives, right? There was no glaives, no upgrades, just vanilla adepts there out of herO as he went for extra gateways and not scouted. Unfortunately, went unscouted in the end. GG, well played. Congratulations to herO. Congratulations. My condolences to Shin, as Shin, he is going to be bowing out, but in 2nd place. Still not bad. Still not bad here. Oh, as we quickly do update the title, sorry, update the stream. Update the scores, as herO, he is going to be our very first monthly champion. Again, thank you so much for all the support we've been getting in the chat. If you want to support our tournaments, Patreon is the place to be. We had a massive $2,000 donation. This was last month, and because of that donation, we are funding 4 monthly finals. With $2,000, we have 4 500 USD events. Going to be September, October, November, December. 500 USD here is split between all 4 months, and as a result, we have these monthly finals at the end of each month that players do work towards. They build up through the weekly tournaments. We host tournaments on a weekly basis. They provide points for this event, and these were our top 8 players. We had Nightmare, Shin, ByuN, Geralt, herO, Young Yakov, Creator, and Nicaract. These are our top 8 players, and in the end, herO did take it, but not without any issues here. Creator, of course, was able to force the ace match, and Shin did take some maps as well, so did have to work for it, but in the end, herO is our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations. When it comes to some crazy upsets as well, I mean, we had Geralt taking down ByuN, but Geralt, he has some insane late game PvT, and ByuN is probably the best opponent for Geralt to have because ByuN plays for the late game as well, which does kind of lean into Geralt's strengths. It does lead into his strengths. And in the end, we were also able to feature all the new maps as well. For those that are curious, I believe this is the first event that does feature the new maps in the map pool, the new Team Liquid Map Contest maps. I believe Wardy's going to be hosting an event in a week's time featuring the maps as well. And I would imagine that the other tournaments out there like Pigasus Cup, KSL, Monday Night Weeklies, and other open tournaments should be featuring these new maps as well. They should be featuring them to test as many games as possible. When it comes to the maps themselves, it's still a learning process for a lot of the players when it comes to the strengths and weaknesses, when it comes to rushes and all-ins, what works, what doesn't work, proxy locations as well, kind of what the map lends towards. We kind of spoke about it on Old Republic, for example. ByuN found out the hard way that specifically on Old Republic, it is very difficult to maintain a fourth base. ByuN was trying to play macro, was trying to play defensive on Old Republic, but he just could not save his fourth, so he got shut down early on, as opposed to on the other maps like Mothership and Celestial Enclave, where ByuN was able to turtle up and get up to 5 bases instead. So again, it's a learning process. Just because the map is large doesn't mean it's easy to turtle up and to defend, so you have to take a different approach or have a different approach when it comes to the vetoes as well. So yeah, it's a learning process, and by no means can we really like determine too much based on this tournament, because there's going to be more testing to come, more testing, more events, and more kind of opportunities to showcase these maps as well. So then we can come in and we can vote for the final map pool with the most amount of data possible. That's the hope, that's the plan. Again, voting for TLMC, I believe, is still not open. I think it's going to open up after Wardy's tournament. I think Wardy's event is going to be, you know, in a week's time. After that, then voting's going to open up, and then we can, you know, work towards the maps themselves. I already have my kind of favorite maps so far, but I mean, we'll see how things change. We'll see how things change. Like, I really enjoy, say, like 10,000 feet, for example. I feel like there's a lot of potential, potential for shenanigans there. I do like 10,000 feet. I do like Magnetic North as well. I didn't get to cast a game on Celestial Enclave. I really want to. I really want to cast a game on Celestial, so unfortunately that happened in game 1 between ByuN and Geralt. We didn't quite get there ourselves, so I do look forward to eventually covering that. Maps that I'm still a little bit on the fence on: Throne of Dunes. I'm still on the fence on Throne of Dunes. I'm still on the fence on Ruby Rock as well. Tourmaline, I'm still on the fence on. Like, I feel like I need to see more games on Tourmaline. I still need to see more games on Ruby Rock. But overall, looking good, looking good. And I should also emphasize there are more maps available than what we've been casting here. There's a pretty big map pool available when it comes to TLMC21, and I'll be honest, I did avoid some of the maps that I'm not too fond of. Like, I avoided White Rabbit, for example. What's the other one? I think Winter Garden. Is that one of them? Hold on, let me just double check. No, it was Winter Madness. That's it. Winter Madness. Like, there are some maps that I'm not really too keen on, I'll be honest. I mean, you can see like the rationale as to why in my like judge notes and my feedback that I provided. Yeah, it was Winter Madness. That's it. But we'll get around to featuring them, of course. We'll get around to it. We'll get around to it. We might be mixing up the map pool throughout the course of the weeks. Oh, so hello, Nathan. Hello. I want to see herO versus Nickcracked. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Oh, there's a clown in the chat who doesn't watch StarCraft. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I called herO. Yeah. I mean, hey, 50-50 chance on on who would claim it. The Walk of the Queens. But otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up here. Also, very quickly, before I forget, if you enjoyed the event, if you enjoyed the broadcast, and if maybe you're watching the monthly finals and you haven't heard of the weeklies before, then bam, you can see our schedule. You can see our schedule here and now. We do cast on a weekly basis every single week, and you can actually see our next Tuna Cup at the end of the week over on Sunday. So you can see it over on Sunday. That is our weekly Open Cup, and that leads into the monthly finals. So this is where players like herO, players like Nightmare, players like SHIN, where they gather points to be able to make it into those monthly events. When it comes to the rest of our schedule, when it comes to the rest of our broadcast, we should be live tomorrow morning, as you can see here, at 9 a.m. KST. That's going to be at 10 a.m. EST. That's going to be the Pegasus Cup. I don't know if they're going to be using a new map pool. I'm unfamiliar. Hold on. Let's have a look. Let's look it up. Pegasus Cup. I want to believe they will. Like, they're usually on top of that sort of thing. Stegosaurus and those working on Pegasus Cup. Let's have a look. Pegasus Cup number 51. Oh, it looks like they're nuts. Come on, guys. It looks like they're using the regular map pool, unfortunately. But moving forward, you know, I would imagine that they're going to be working on that sort of thing. I would hope so, at least. Would hope so. But yes, Pegasus Cup is going to be tomorrow morning. We have Little League Cup tomorrow evening. We have the Starfest qualifiers. For those of you that are maybe unfamiliar, Starfest is an event happening in Canada. It's a big event happening in Canada, and the qualifiers are taking place this week for the Asia region, for the European region, for the Americas region as well. So we're going to have those qualifiers. We're going to be casting them here on the channel. We have the Pondcast. We have WarDTV Monday on Friday. This week there are 2 WarDTV Mondays because next week there won't be one. So that's why we have double WarDTV Mondays, and they're not on Friday. So it's a little bit weird when it comes to the name of the tournament, but it's fine. Again, that is going to be on Friday as well. And of course, Tuna Cup on Sunday. Plenty of StarCraft, plenty of content as always. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Again, if you want to support these tournaments, if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon. Exclamation mark at Patreon in the chat if you guys want to have a look at those matches, or if you want to support us yourself, you can do so. Otherwise, watching is all we ask, and if you want to check us out, you can do so via social media, via YouTube. We upload on a daily basis. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, all things CranKy Ducklings. We cast StarCraft on a daily basis, as you can see, and we're often live twice a day as well. So we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more StarCraft than Wardy, than Steadfast, than anyone else. All the content, all the StarCraft. Let's go. We have the quantity, we have a little bit of the quality as well. A little bit. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Meanwhile, once again, a big shout out to herO for becoming our champion, and maybe the first of many. We'll see. We'll see coming into October. We'll see. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. We'll see you soon. See you soon. See you then.